in the air, pass backward point. Should be cut off by third is, so straight away Mandhana off the mark.
Yeah, I think the inclusion, I'm a little surprised not to see Izzy won today. Now, whether she's carrying an injury or not being told anything by England, but it's obvious they missed that little bit of X factor in the attack. It's quite samey pace-wise. I think the inclusion of Freya Davis is just a bit of insurance at the death.
Does well.
She's used often at the death, is Freya Davis, in T20 cricket, 100 cricket. She played a lot of 100 games for the Spirit here at Lord's, so knows how to bowl, knows the nuances of the ground and the slope. But at the death, she's got us Yorkers, variations, slower balls. It's a little expensive in the 100.
Yeah, they took a battering, didn't they, in that game at Canterbury, the bowlers. All of them really took a battering. Pretty Kaur towards the end of that innings, they literally could not bowl to her. Every ball was going for 4 or 6. So they've just got to pick themselves up, dust themselves down and go again. That's all you can do in 50-over cricket. You know, sometimes it's not going to be your day.
Must have been tough for Amy Jones, because you feel it as a bowler. I've felt it before when batters are getting after you and you're running up and you just don't know where you're going to put it, because you think every ball's going for 4 or 6. And similarly, as a captain for Amy Jones, changing fields here and there.
I was watching at home and I thought actually Sophie Eccleston did most of the captaincy in the last couple of games. I'm surprised they gave the captaincy to Amy Jones and not Eccleston or Cross or someone like that with a bit more experience. Amy Jones concentrate on her keeping and her batting.
I agree. Cross was the one for me. I think the way that she's led up in Lancashire and the Manchester Originals, she just has a very good cricket brain. Respect of everybody. You're asking a lot of Amy Jones.
Good start from Davies. It's 2 for none after 1.
How does it feel being put in that position as captain, when you do have someone who is just hitting balls wherever they like, seemingly no problems with form or position of the field, and it must be tough to try and stay focused.
Yeah, I think it's really in his book that wrote you have to feel as a captain there is something you can do that can impact the game, otherwise what's the point of having a captain out there? There is some cunning plan, there's some field change, bowling change that you can do, that on that day could have got Harmanpreet out. Harmanpreet's done that before, hasn't she? That World Cup semi-final against Australia at Derby, she smashed it. She has those days. Today it's about Kate Cross from the pavilion end and Shafali Verma, who's had a quiet series. She get a score. What's Shafali Verma about in the last couple of years? When she first came in, she was obviously a huge talent. Just recently, I think she premeditates a little bit too much, either what the bowler's going to do or what she's going to do. I think she's been affected a little bit by Catherine Brunt and bouncing her out a couple of times. Just see ball, play ball like her partner at the other end. Mandhana just plays the ball as it comes down. Shafali almost guesses what's coming down and then reacts.
I agree. I think it's one of those cases where you switch your brain off. Don't overthink it. You're good at what you do. Your whole role, given that engine room of India is so strong. Been so impressed with Yastika Bhatia and Harleen Deol. Just don't think about it too hard. See ball, hit ball is absolutely the way she should play. That's what England are looking for. Yes, that nip backer. It's the way that she was dismissed at Canterbury. I think there's also an element of... kind of that second season syndrome where players have seen you a little bit. When you're first on the scene, no one knows anything about you. So you're learning all the time. And then there's that period of getting found out. The shorter ball, as you mentioned, from Brunt last year.
Yeah, I think sides now feel they can bowl her through the gate as well. She shows a lot of her stumps. Canterbury, there was a ball that just nipped back in, wasn't there, and bowled her through the gate. Very similar. The one that we've just seen, same bowler, Kate Cross.
I just don't wonder if she should just throw everything at that kind of length. Has done before, it's worked for her.
And again, that is not a replay. That is live action, exactly the same dismissal, same batter, same bowler, same result.
And it's the length. She's in that no man's land. You look at this foot movement there, and the gate. Allowing Cross to hit that length. It's almost a carbon copy. The slow persisting the ball coming back in. And Cross has had Verma's number. She won't enjoy watching those two replays. There's an area she needs to work on. She has to depart without scoring, and India 2 for 1.
Impressive. Yastika Bhatia comes in at number 3. Wicketkeeper batter, has looked in good touch, and recently her strike rate has been improving. Actually, it says 74 there, but in the 2 games she's played in this series, she struck it beautifully. There's 2 slips for the outside edge now, the left-hander, as Cross tries to get it going down the slope.
Oh, yes,
Excellent from Cross. A wicket maiden setting the tone. 2 for 1.
Lancastrians like that end. So often we've seen Anderson purveying from the pavilion, Cross similar. So this is how she was dismissed on Wednesday and today. You could trace the two. Plan that's worked for Cross. First time she's bowled at the home of cricket since 2014.
She's got the right end, isn't she? You talk about Anderson, but the great bowler here has been Glenn McGrath, that bowls from that pavilion end. A line bowler from the pavilion end, nipping it back in as she did there. It's a good start from England after what happened at Canterbury. Now you're into the 3 form players, Mandhana, Bhatia and Harmanpreet Kaur. Thought Harleen Deol played well as well the other day in her first half century in 50 over cricket. Beautiful cover drive. Go up the hill, and I reckon it'll go away for 4. First boundary of the day at Lord's.
Well, it's trademark Mandhana. So elegant, sublime timing. Lovely long stride, just a push. Doesn't try to overhit it, her timing's that good. Lovely still head as well. That's been the aspect of India's tour for me in this one-day international format. Not Mandhana, we know about her. Not Kaur, we know about her. But it's actually Yastika Bhatia and Harleen Deol. A bit of Risha Ghosh in the T20s. So actually they've come in and played with that freedom and expression. They've not just nudged it around, waiting for the big names to hopefully get them a score. They have just been as fluent as the mainstays of the side. It's been hugely impressive.
This time off the back foot. And I reckon it will be the same result. It is.
Front foot, back foot, matters not. It's Mandhana. And I just wonder about these lines from Freya Davis. She is looking to free the arms up outside of the off stump. It's such a strength of Mandhana. So either you try and protect that region or allow Davis to bowl that bit straighter. I'd be thinking about the latter.
Charlie Dean looks a little bit straight at extra cover as well. She needs to go a bit squarer. She is. She's going a couple of yards squarer there. It's been an improvement in Mandhana's game in the last couple of years. She used to play elegant shots, that's a given, but she used to find the fielders quite a bit. Out of shots that found extra cover, backward point. I think recently she's just waited and used those beautiful wrists to find the gap. Ten for one.
These last two deliveries from Davis, more the spot. She's going to cash in on any width, Mandhana. Especially when you're not express. Sort of pace around about mid-60s from Freya Davis. Which is fine, but you've got to be so pinpoint with your lines and your lengths as a bowler. And on a good-looking surface, and it is out there, I expect a bit of movement in September. At 11 o'clock in the morning, there might be a bit of seam movement, but when you don't have that extra yard,
Cross is on one here, she really is. She's finding the stumps. That's 2 in 2. Brilliant bit of bowling. Full, straight, and through the defences of Bhatia.
Yet to concede a run. And she's rattled the timber twice. Don't think this is a particularly good-looking shot. No, it's a good delivery. He's actually just held up against the slope. So Bhatia, in fairness, has got a good one. Cross, able to just move it just enough both ways. And you're in a bit of trouble. Bhatia goes again scoreless, 10 for 2.
World-class player Harmanpreet Kaur comes in on the back of a magnificent 140 not out the other day, 143 I think she made in the end. Cross has bowled 7 deliveries here at Lord's and is 2 for none, and there's 2 slips waiting for the outside edge. And it's the inside edge, and Harmanpreet's off the mark. Brilliant bit of bowling, really. The one that got Verma out, nipped back down the slope, and then this was the variation from Kate Cross. Fuller delivery, and it did just swing and straighten on the left-hander. Watch the last second, late movement in, just there. You don't want it swinging from the hand, but the length, the key. That is a top bit of bowling from Cross.
It was just a nudge fuller, wasn't it? And the one that got Verma. Verma was a proper seamer, that one a little swinger.
Well, this is the partnership they'll want broken. These two world-class players, Mandhana and Kaur, elegant players. Just a slight delay. Harmanpreet at the non-strikers end, just having a word with the umpire about a bit of movement maybe. Members in the pavilion. That's the one that just nips down the slope. Brilliant bowling this from Cross.
Grumpy bowler alert. Amy Jones, I think one of the things that has been a noticeable aspect of England, when they have had slips, love the fact that they've got them in there, ready for the nick, but I think they've just been too deep, even with the full-blooded drive. But Amy Jones spent a long time getting them lined up at the start of this over.
Very good from Cross. 2 overs, 2 wickets, just the 1 run, 11 for 2. You've got to know your keepers. And firstly, where do they take it? It looks to me like Amy Jones likes to take it quite low down. So your slips have to come up for that. But also Amy Jones has quite a late step up. So you could be sort of there having a chat with her. And then at the last second, she steps up 1.5 yards and you find yourselves 2 yards too deep. So know your keeper. When they move, where they take it, and buy a ticket.
Couldn't agree more. There's nothing bowlers hate more than it not carrying. Next thing up the list is catches being dropped, but you can't drop them if you're too deep. So even if you need quicker reactions, you'd rather see them go down, and had seen that all too often with England. I would argue that sometimes they actually need to be on the same line, almost in depth, as the wicketkeeper.
Well, they're yet to get her out. 74 red ink, 143 red ink, and 1 not out here.
This is a massive over for Freya Davies. 2 new batters at the crease. You've got to back up. You can't give anything loose. You can't give those free wide deliveries to Mandhana or Kaur. Get them off. Realise that they're in a pickle, 2 down early.
Bit of movement there. Half stopped by Eccleston at second slip. They'll get the single.
Good example that. Even had they been a lot closer, that would never have carried. That's the lines. That's the area for Davis. They play with such soft hands, so the ball's always going down. England just made that field change. Short fine leg has come out into extra cover. So 4 in that offside ring, just the 1 slip. Big area at fine leg.
We'll get through for a single because it was wide of Cross at mid-off.
It's been much better from Davis. Good over this. Now, absolutely key to get out of it.
Lovely shot. I don't think he'll go for 4. I think Tammy Beaumont will cut that off. He does. End of the over. 15 for 2. $15 for 2. India cross with both the wickets. Excellent start from England, just what they needed here. Metronomic accuracy from Kate Cross. Just a little bit in both directions, just targeting the top of the stumps, really. That's all you have to do at Lord's. That's all that Kate Cross does, really. She just hits the length, good control of line. She has an action that's very repeatable. Everything in straight lines. Good stop. I think it's Tammy Beaumont, it is, at short extra. Good example there, if you see this replay, that if you come in close and cut off the angle, you'll save the boundary. If Tammy Beaumont had been 2 or 3 yards deeper here, it would have gone past her. Getting close at extra cover, cut off the angle. And Beaumont does that very well. That's a beauty. That's a beauty from Cross. Mandhana was hitting that leg side and it missed the off stump.
Hands on the heads on the field. That's an absolute jaffer. No way Mandhana could do anything about that. There's only one problem for England, is that Kate Cross overstepped. So as good a delivery as it was, been punished for overstepping, now a free hit. Managed to get out of it, no problems. Minimal fuss. I was going to ask you, obviously this match being played at Lord's first game here since 2017. But next year, the Ashes Summer, the Women's Ashes Summer, got Lord's for the T20, the Oval, Edgbaston, all major test grounds. Test ground for the test match as well at Trent Bridge. Shows you how far women's game has come in such a short space.
In the air, dropped. Dropped. And Harmanpreet Kaur is not someone you want to put down early. England have not got her out in the series yet. There was a chance there.
Well, this was thumped towards Kate Cross. Some of those that either stick or they don't. Just flicking the fingertips. That did come quickly. It's a wicket she would dearly like. They are good pals, Kate Cross and Harmanpreet Kaur.
Snip back as well. It's doing a lot, this Lord's pitch. And Cross is the perfect type of bowler from that pavilion end. Just to nibble it around.
Well, you mentioned McGrath, and it's a very similar type of role that Cross is playing here. Hit that area and let the ball do it. Bowling it with purpose into the surface. It's a very tricky time for India. Now we've got a straight mid-on in the eye line of Kaur.
Oh, from the no ball. Another excellent over from Cross, 17 for 2. Going back to your point about the test grounds and women's cricket, I think absolutely just what they deserve. From what we've seen, Daggers, over the last 2 or 3 years, you cannot argue they deserve as much as they're getting at the moment. And it's 5-day test match as well, which is absolutely right. Nothing worse than going through everything for 4 days and then pulling up the stumps and saying, well, that was close to a really good game. It's a draw. Give them everything. They deserve it, the way they've been showing their skills in the last couple of years.
Those 2 test matches, how good they would have been. Another day at Bristol, and Taunton this year against South Africa. A lot of emotion this morning as Lisa Kitely's last game, Tammy Beaumont's 100th game, and obviously Julian Goswami's last game. And the moment that sort of summed it all up was the skipper's reaction, Harmanpreet Kaur. The skipper was in tears that a senior bowler was taking centre stage for the last time. Usually absolutely in control of her emotions, Harmanpreet, she couldn't hold back. She has to now. What's the key as a batter here then when it's doing a bit? I reckon maybe stand out your crease a little bit. You know, obviously it's not express pace, so you could just come out your crease and say to the keeper, come up if you want, try and get to it before it moves. It's doing plenty. Well, I'm not averse to that. I think Amy Jones can do that. I think it's another thing, easily good enough at this pace to be standing up. Seen 1 or 2 just lift from Freya Davis off a length, but I think whilst it's doing this, you're dead right. They're not averse, both Harmanpreet and Mandhana. I will say the pitches here at Lord's, especially for finals, have not been great. Whether you go back to the men's final here in the New Zealand, famous New Zealand game, you go to the 100 final here, some of the pitches here have been tricky. So just try and work out what a good score is. 180 might be a good score, you never know. May do a bit less as the balls get older, we shall see. It's definitely been testing. And England, Davis after a little bit of a wayward over, allowing Mandhana those 2 boundaries. She's come back really well. Backing up what Cross is doing at the pavilion end. Very good. A maiden. England on top here, 17 for 2, India.
Well, England's coach, whose last game this is, will be absolutely delighted with the start that her team have made this morning on it's a bright but slightly cool morning. The pitch is doing a little bit for the bowlers. And both Kate Cross and Freya Davies have responded admirably to the opportunity. Kate Cross especially, who has figures of 2 for 3 at the moment. England have been under some heavy artillery from this India top order in the 2 games so far that we've seen, but on top at the moment. Oh, close. Yes, it is close. What a start this is from Kate Cross, who now has her 3rd wicket. Well, it will go upstairs, but it looked very close to the naked eye at full speed.
TV umpires director, we have a review for LBW given out on field. It's a fair delivery. If we can go to front on spin, please.
Front on.
Okay, that's close to the bat, so we can go to ultra edge, please.
Still being built.
Thank you. We're just waiting on ultra edge here, guys. Okay, ultra edge is there. Okay, there's a flat line all past the bat. If you can run that through to the pad for me, please, Nick. Okay, there's no batter involved there. If we can go to ball tracking, please. Pitch outside off. Impact is in line. Wicket is umpire's call. Part of you can stay with your original decision. Stand by. And on screen, make the signal now of out.
It looked out, didn't it, at real speed. The highlight there showing that it would have just gone on to clip leg stump, maybe because of the slope and the angle. But what a start this is for England, for Kate Cross, who now has 3 for 3, and for the first time in this series, Harmanpreet Kaur is gone for 4 and India 17 for 3. Arlene Dion now, who was in good form in the last game, but comes into this match with India under pressure. 17 for 3. It's been a dramatic start to this game. Kate Cross has 3 for 3, is bowling beautifully, finding some late movement. Morning, Lydia. Time to bring you in. It's been a bit delayed, but good morning.
Morning, Asis. Hi, everyone. It has certainly been an eventful start this morning. So much going on, from Julian Goswami's last game, Tammy Beaumont's 100th match, but on the pitch, it's been the Kate Cross show. She's been outstanding. She's bowled stump to stump, got a little bit of nibble, and then the big one, Harmanpreet Kaur.
Tickled fine off the batter, I think. Yeah, runs given. And just that adjustment from right-hander to left, and Kate Cross a little bit straight onto leg stump on this occasion.
This is probably the first time that India have been that, well, it is the first time Harmanpreet Kaur hasn't been doing the bulk of the run scoring for India.
More evidence of that movement, combination of a bit of movement in the air and the slope here at Lord's, as Mandhana just feeling for the ball outside off stump. Beautiful delivery, lovely length, drawing Mandhana into the drive. .22 for 3. It was quite an hour before the start of play, wasn't it? The gathering for Goswami was, I think, the longest huddle that I've ever seen. And then the toss, which kind of rattled on and on and on. And in the end, Lydia, your very fine interview with Goswami didn't go to air. There was just so much happening. And then India had a team photo. I reckon their huddle lasted a good 15 minutes. Every player gave a little speech, and then there were tears. It was quite a thing to witness, really.
I think it just speaks volumes of how respected Julan Goswami is, not just within her own setup within India, but around the world as well. Lisa Kiteley and Claire Connor presenting her with a shirt as well, which was a lovely moment.
And the significance, I suppose, is that when a women's cricketer's career comes to an end, and it's been such a long one, 20 years, because the game has changed so dramatically in that period. You know, you're looking at a player who has seen the game just transformed in that time.
I remember the first time that I saw her, she was playing for Air India, because that was the teams that they used to play for, Air India. I think the Railways had a team as well. Nowhere near professional level. But like so many of the greats in any sport, she's managed to find a way to move with the progression of the game, to make sure that she's managed her body, make sure that her skill level is as high as it needs to be, and always with that team first approach, which is, I think, quite rare to find sometimes.
Yeah, for her, although it's not gone well for India at the start here, 24 for 3, I think for Julan Goswami, it's a good thing that she wasn't bowling first, because there was so much happening in that hour or so before the start of play. We mentioned the lengthy huddle, then out at the toss, although not captaining the side, but given the honour of doing the toss today, and then the team photo, and then a photo of her on her own, stood on the bench out in the middle of the ground. So it was all happening, and this will allow her now just time to settle and get the emotions in check. Be a wide, and he's beaten Amy Jones and goes to the fine leg boundary. Just occasionally England have been a little bit wayward, but generally with the new ball this morning, very good. Chatted to Amy Jones at the toss. I wouldn't say, Lydia, that she sounded absolutely in tune with the job that she's been given in this series. She put a kind of brave face on it to the question, but I think she'll be happy when others come back. I think it was pad first.
Yeah, there are a couple of sounds, and I think that's what they're trying to work out is, was it pad first? And that's what Amy Jones has just asked someone. Someone's obviously said yep, so they're going to send it upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a review for LBW, given not out on field. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. If we can see front on spin vision, please. Thank you. Can we go a bit closer on that one for me, Nick? Okay, that's fine. Can we go to ultras then, please? Okay, I'm confident that that is now pad first. If we can go on to ball tracking, please. Pitching outside off, impact is in line, and it's hitting the wickets. Anna, you can have to change.
Well, what a
decision
good
to
review
out.
that
We're on
was.
screen now.
It was pad first. It looked to me as initially as though it was an inside edge, but Amy Jones decided to review, and that's of course one of the captain's responsibilities. We were just talking about the challenge that she's had in this series. Well, she made a good decision here. It's pad first, and once it was pad first, it always looked very straight. So that is an excellent review. More success for England. India 29 for 4 now, with Diol gone. LBW for 3. India in all kinds of trouble here. 29 for 4 on a morning when England's bowlers have found some movement from the Lord's pitch. Deepti Sharma joins Mandhana, who is 16 from 32. She's done all the run scoring as far as India are concerned, but has watched 4 wickets fall. This, the last of them, a very good review.
Yeah, and that will give Amy Jones a bit of confidence as well. They did it just a few seconds left on the clock, and sometimes just to go through that process of having that confidence of knowing you got that review right just gives you a little boost. You can see in the huddle how much that means to them.
It was funny when she finally called the review. It was almost with a shrug of the shoulders, as if to say, well, why not? I don't really know, but why not? And it proved to be a very good call. Nine gone, 29 for 4.
Yeah, I think when you look at how the captaincy has landed with Amy Jones, she's been in a line really of, obviously there's no Heather Knight, there's no Nat Siva as well, who's the vice captain, and your senior player Catherine Brunt is also not available, and then Amy Jones gets asked. So in a way you have to say, no, good on her for accepting to do the job, because it's tough.
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of issues there, aren't they? Tough because it wouldn't have been accepted. This is the this is the review. Well, I don't really know, but we'll have a go. So it wouldn't have been expected, and obviously wicket keeping as well. That's not straightforward. Leading edge will spoon just wide of mid-on. So absolutely good on Amy Jones for having a go, and as a player you learn from all the new experiences that come your way. You learn as a cricketer, as a tactician, but also how to manage people, how to lead people, and you learn and grow as a cricketer along the way.
I think what it has highlighted, though, is the need for more leaders outside of actually having the title captain or vice captain, and we've seen a lot more from Sophie Eccleston in terms of her contributions to having chats with the bowlers on the pitch, setting fields, and that's one of the things I'd like to see more of from this England team, is more leaders.
That's a good point, and it's not just limited to the women's team at the moment. If Ben Stokes was removed from England's Test team, where would they go? Would they go back to Joe Root? Would they give it a player like Broad, who's not going to be around for a long time? I think any good team has a half an eye on the future of who are the leaders of the future. How do we encourage players in the current setup to grow their leadership potential? Good, very good from Kate Cross.
I think sometimes people surprise you. I think it's very easy to put someone in a box and say, no, they're not captain material. Whereas sometimes you just have to give them an opportunity. Charlie Dean, for example, she captained in the 100 because Heather Knight wasn't available. I don't think Beth Mooney wanted to do it, and suddenly she got that opportunity. And I might not necessarily look at her and think, yep, next England captain, but she's just had a great experience and would have learnt so much from that.
I think that's absolutely right. I couldn't agree with you more. Somebody in our commentary box, actually, Nasser, who proved to be a very good England captain, but before he was given that job, there would have been many people say, no, absolutely no way. But you're right, people do surprise you. It's not always the obvious candidates who should be given a chance to lead. So for the left-handed Deepti Sharma, with that slope and the way Kate Cross has been bowling, a second slip comes in, slightly over pitch to finish the 10th over, 32 for 4.
A much improved performance by England with the ball. If you look at the dismissals that they've picked up, it speaks volumes of the accuracy that they've bowled with. Mandhana was fluent early on, managing to get a few away, but then it was the Kate Cross show. She picked up the first 3 wickets. Verma, Bhatia, Harmanpreet Kaur, first time she'd been out this series, and then Freya Davies got in on the action, picking up an LBW. The end of the power play signalled by Anna Harris. Be a massive box tip, I think, for England following their most recent bowling performance. Managed to find those lines and lengths again. Use the slope here at Lord's really well.
Freya Kemp will replace Freya Davies at the nursery end, and this will be quite a challenge for her, just 17 years of age. Mentioned that Amy Jones is the captain, but of course she's wicketkeeper, so she's a long way away from Freya Kemp, who has ball in hand, and lots of advice from elsewhere. A difficult game down at Canterbury, Lydia.
Yeah, she did. I think one of her overs went for 26. Most expensive figures for an England player in an ODI. You have to remember, though, that she's still only 17, so there's a huge amount of learning.
Well, absolutely. That's why I said this will be a challenge and a test on the back of a difficult game with that expensive over, an over that I think had 5 wides as well. And suddenly you're at Lord's, and then there's a slope on the pitch, and you're only 17, so it is a challenge. He started okay so far.
I'm pleased that England didn't leave her out of the team, though. I think that
would have been the easy thing to do, wouldn't it?
Definitely. I think that would have potentially been not harmful, but maybe would have just lowered her confidence, whereas they've stuck with her and said, right, just try and learn from what's happened and go again.
Oh. Not sure what to do there. Half thought that the catch was coming, went to dive forward and realised then that it was bouncing well short of her. It was a very tricky one, and Mandhana gets her 4th boundary as a result.
Just playing slightly away from her body. Beaumont went for elevation first of all, maybe because she thought it was coming quicker, and then adjusted at the last moment.
I think you'd always prefer to see somebody going for the catch. That was clearly what Tammy Beaumont thought there initially, that the catch was coming, and there were no half-hearted measures looking to dive forward, but once it landed well short, it became very tricky. End of the 11th, 39 for 4.
Tammy Beaumont, playing in a 100th ODI game, was presented her cap by Carl Crowe, who has had a big influence on her career. He was assistant coach at England for a number of years, obviously now involved in the men's game, but still has a presence in Tammy Beaumont's career. Nice to see her reach that milestone today.
It looks like Kate Cross's excellent opening spell has come to an end as well. 3 for 11, outstanding figures from her 5 overs. And she'll be replaced by Charlie Dean.
Yes, Dino!
Ball off spin from the pavilion end, so the slope helping. And what's the where do the odds land at the moment on potential replacements for the coach? Who's favourite, if there is one?
I think the front runner for initially was Charlotte Edwards, and that she's just very recently ruled herself out. She's taken on a job with the Sydney Sixers as head coach.
Tickle fine, Charlie Dean just a little straight to start with.
And so actually I think from that it means there's no real obvious candidates within the existing setup here in England. Look outside of that and look overseas. Shelley Nitschke with someone else, but she's just taken on the Australian head coach role.
Oh, yes, Charlie!
Someone like Trevor Griffin, who's been involved in the women's game for a while, was at Western Storm. As part of the Kia Super League, has been over in the Big Bash, has done some stuff with the regions.
Oh.
We often have a conversation when the men's team is looking for a new coach as to whether it should be English based or whether it doesn't matter, you just go for the best person for the job. I mean, do those conversations happen around the women's team as well?
Oh.
I don't think as much. I think they're just more focused on getting the right person for the job. Obviously Lisa Kitely is Australian, she played for Australia, but I think they just felt that she was the best person, so I think that will be the case for whoever takes on the role next.
Oh, yes, Dino, yes, Dino!
12 gone, 43 for 4. And she's had quite a tricky few years in charge, hasn't she, with the COVID pandemic. Those 3 years have almost coincided with that, so it hasn't been the most straightforward time for her in charge of the team.
Yeah, she spoke about that in an interview with Daggers at Canterbury, and she said she's found it hard being away from home for, I think she had 2 stints of 7 months away, which, you know, is a long old time, but and with COVID obviously trying to manage that, manage the players as well, that's an added element. One thing that I think she's done really well is she's given the younger players coming through opportunity at the right times, crucially. Another name that could have come up is Sally-Ann Briggs, who is an English coach, but she's been working over in Australia for the last few years, has been coaching in the Big Bash, but she's just taken on a new job as well, head of performance over in Tasmania of the men's and the women's setup.
It was in the air for a short while, nicely timed, and just past the right hand of backward point.
Yeah, Tammy Beaumont again in on the action. Ended up being wide, too wide really for her to get to it.
From 45 for Mandhana this morning, who is holding things together really on a difficult morning for India's top order, which is not something that you could have said at any other stage in this one-day series so far. But that is a gorgeous shot. A little short, just pulled away with great timing and poise.
I think time is the key thing whenever you're watching Smriti Mandhana. She just looks as if she has so much of it. Picks up length so early. And just to get it well in front of square, always a good sign. You're picking length well.
Yes, Kempy. Yes,
Good end to the 13th over. India 51 for 4. Time for drinks here at Lord's, and after the drinks break we'll be joined by the ECB to talk about their Dream Big Desi Women's scheme.
We've made so many memories, so many exciting moments from the World Cup to coming over here today. It's just been absolutely amazing to see so many women pick up a bat and ball and really inspire that next generation.
Charlie Dean then. Big appeal. Nothing though from the umpire, so finger stays down on this occasion. England right on top at the moment, 51 for 4. How'd you get involved in it then?
I've always loved cricket, and I saw an ad which had the ECB were looking for a project manager to lead this programme.
Oh, yes, Dino.
And it was everything that I wanted to do, and I put my name in the hat and I got the role, and I'm here today.
And funding, that is what, part from Sport England and the ECB, is that a joint venture?
Yeah, so we're really lucky to have the backing of Sport England and ECB to get this programme off the ground and really deliver the successes that we have over the past couple of years.
Yeah, I think Sport England donated, 1.2 million, and the ECB have backed that. So 2.4 million, which is really handy and obviously very much required. Kit as well, is that supplied? How does all that work?
Yeah, so one of the first things we did in our first year of the programme is we designed modest apparel kits. So we introduced hijabs, looser t-shirts.
Oh!
as well as looser dragging bottoms, just to ensure that the women that were coming on board felt really comfortable. That funding has also enabled us to provide off-the-field training through mental health, first aid, as well as inspire a lot of the women to become coaches and start their coaching pathway and, again, coach to children for the next generation.
Got away with it. It was short, it was a little bit wide, but England right on top at the moment, 53 for 4. You've picked up this commentary, Lark, as well. I said to you before you came on, and I think just the only thing you've got to do is stop talking when they're about to bowl. You're absolutely spot on, aren't you?
Dreaming big here?
Yep, well, there's a few things that are going on around the ground, so what can you get involved in here today?
So you'll be hearing the door players. So if you want to do some Bhangra, come and dance with us. I'm sure you'll see some of the team there. You can get henna done in your hands, as well as some kite making as well. So you can make a Dream Big, Indian flag or an England flag, and have a lot of fun.
Well, Sophie Eccleston will be hoping she has a little bit of fun now. Didn't quite go away in the last game, but she's an outstanding bowler. One of the very, very best in the game right now. So good time for her to come on and bowl as well, with 4 wickets down. Sharma and Mandhana in. Mandhana's played nicely, 34. And now with dual spin on. Just a little bit of turn, nothing too dramatic. How does all this work then with the All-Stars and the Dynamos?
So the 2,000 women that have enrolled onto this Dream Big Desi Women programme have all led our All-Stars and Dynamos programmes. So All-Stars and Dynamos are cricket's entry-level programmes to cricket for 5 to 11-year-olds. And these women have been the lead role models leading these sessions, and again, just inspiring thousands of children up and down the country for their first love of cricket.
Oh, yes, sir.
I understand, I think the number's 10% of those that have got involved in the programme, the project, who are now full-time coaching or involved in cricket on a full-time basis. Is that correct?
Spot on, and they've got full-time jobs in cricket, doing from lead coaches to working for the county boards to a range of other roles within the game, which is fantastic.
Oh.
And targeting what, mainly South Asian areas at the moment?
Yeah, so we've been across the 7 key cities which have the highest density of South Asians, and it's really allowed us to really engage in the community, bring communities closer. And just really help that community cohesion. And we've seen a huge impact, especially on the back of COVID, bringing communities together, which has, again, just landed so well.
Nice over. Just 2 runs from it, 15 gone then, 55 for 4. And have you been getting your bat out and showing them how it's done? You love the game?
Absolutely love it. I'm loving being here today. Whenever I get a chance, I'm picking up that bat. Obviously trying to get everyone to bowl to me because I love batting. But
who's your favourite player then?
There are so many. I absolutely love Kate Cross, Smriti Mandhana.
Hang on a minute. You love Kate. She's got 3 wickets, hasn't you? I mean, did you love Kate Cross before she got 3 quick wickets here?
Do they call me a glory supporter?
Jules Finn just holding a little bit in the surface, nothing more, trying to get the angle and the slope to work in the favour of the bowler. I suppose Smriti Mandhana has much choice, but just to try and rebuild the partnership.
Oh, Dino. Dino. Oh, yes, Charlie.
Just trying to find any gaps that there are. You were telling me a little earlier that you were here in 2017 for the World Cup final. Of course, joy and despair for both these two sides you're watching now, but how special was that?
It was such a huge moment for women in sport, and so many of the women.
Oh, good, Dino.
So many of the women that we've engaged in this 2000 speak about that World Cup final and how it inspired them to look at ways of getting involved in cricket, and it was just phenomenal to see the impact it had in India and here over in England as well, which is just phenomenal.
Yeah, we were working out before play today that only one of England's team played in that final. Tammy Beaumont playing 100th game.
Oh, yes,
Obviously,
Dino.
Heather Knight would be here if fit, and
Good, Dino.
Brunt and Nat Siver. 58 for 4. And I think 5 from the opposition, 5 from India played in that final back in 2017. So pretty different looking sides on both accounts. Amy Jones leading the side today because Heather Knight is out injured still. Should be pretty happy with the way the spin of Charlie Dean and Sophie Eccleston has followed up the work done by the seamers. Looking for a consolation victory today. The series is gone. It's not totally a dead game in terms of the series, because there are a couple ODI points for the ODI Championship, qualification championship. That's for 2025. So 2 points here, which will go towards that qualification.
Oh.
Just, outside edge of the bat. So Shruti, what's the sort of more long-term plan? What are the hopes in the next sort of year or two going forward with the Dream Big plan?
So we want to really ensure that the 2,000 women that we've got engaged continue to stay connected and involved in the game, and continue to inspire the children that they've connected with. And then, more importantly, today we really want to celebrate the milestone that we've achieved and the women that have been on this journey. And over 600 of them are here today as well.
Deliveries left in the over. We'll let you go in a minute, but thanks ever so much for coming to join us. You've had a smile on your face right the time you came up the stairs here, haven't you? You've quite enjoyed yourself. Up and over, just enough elevation. Deep mid-wicket, can't do anything mid-wicket. Sophia Dunkley couldn't do anything about it either. And a boundary, a desperately needed boundary, because things have got a bit tight and tense for India. 65 for 4 now.
It's been amazing, and I just want to say a huge thank you to everyone who's been on this journey with us since 2018 and onwards.
Well, a huge thank you to you and all the work that you've been doing. Over 2,000 South Asian women now.
Oh, yes.
With an opportunity to get involved in the game that they perhaps didn't think they would get. And that's down to a lot of good work that's been done by the Dream Big program. So, Shruti, thanks ever so much.
Thank you.
66 for 4. Charlie Dean to continue. Oh, good turn. Nice little bit of turn. Good work behind the stumps. There's a little bit of assistance for the seamers and for the spinners. Shruti has moved aside, and a man who always dreamt big when he played, Dominic Cork. Hello, Corky.
Good afternoon, Nick. Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. 67 for 4 at Lords. England in a decent position. Need a couple more wickets now. And all of a sudden, that's a good start then. Really puts England in a really good place to go on and win this final one-day international. Obviously, series gone. We know that. I think you talked about it before. There's World Cup points to be had as well. What a place, Lords.
Beautifully played. Really nice touch, a little bit of craft. Will bring a boundary. There's enough pace off the surface. Lovely shot.
Yeah, Dipti Sharma just uses the pace just slightly outside off stump. You're right. A lovely looking shot. Freya Davies, who's just at backward point, couldn't stop this. It will run away. Such a quick outfield here at Lords, and that slope, as you can see from left to right on your screen.
There's the line. As a left-hander, you're thinking offside, aren't you, for your scoring runs, from play with the spin rather than against it a little bit, so your mid-wicket is often out of the game a little bit. But the line the off-spinner bowls has to be so crucial to the left-hander. As it finishes its pathway through, it needs to really be ideally sort of just tipping the top of that off stump. So the line is crucial with the ball turning. That there, you can see it was a good. You can see it was just outside the off stump. For a left-hander, they'll pick that away most of the time through that offside. So 74 for 4.
And so many things happening today, Nick. In stats and last games. Goswami with everything that went on this morning, and there was emotions from our captain. 100th wicket for Kate Cross. 100th game for Tammy Beaumont, one-day internationals. What a place to finish your career, but also to be taking wickets and to be opening the innings for England as well.
Lisa Kitely moving on. I think we changed our running order for the top of the show about 10 times in the last sort of 10 minutes before we went on air. There were so many things happening out in the middle, presentations. Oh, complete mix-up. Oh, it just needed to go in the hand. Should get back. Does get back in the end. It needed just the ball to go into the hand, and the rest would have been done very straightforwardly. There was a complete mix-up.
Yeah, Charlie Dean, who stopped it, and then I think just pushed it on. And Malam moves into the attack. You just see that Mandhana just decides she wants it. What does she do? Kick it? Yeah, it's that left knee. Stops it with the right hand and then knees it a little bit towards point. And even now you think a direct hit. She's struggling. Got all the way to the other end and ran back. Should have got 2.
Partner wasn't going anywhere.
As our former keeper would have shouted, I ain't moving. Shout, Russell. Let's watch this. She runs 2. Look, runs all the way down. She keeps coming. Does she put her bat in? No, she doesn't. 1 short.
That's a good line there. Off spinner to the left hand. It's a really good line. Tempt the batter to try and hit through the leg side, then the leading edges. And now they're going to have a chat. Now they're going to have a little chat about perhaps what happened a minute or so ago. But this time, good understanding. you'd say get away with that. It was dragged down, but there's enough cover at deep point. I'd say that is one of the areas the left hand is going to access quite regularly with the spin. 4 runs from the over, 78 for 4. I was thinking why Emma Lamb is into the attack, thinking Sophie Ecclestone only bowled a couple of overs. I think that's to do with the left-handers. They feel there's probably enough in the pitch with the ball turning away from the left-hander to get your off-spinners bowling rather than the left armour with the ball turning into the pads. You can work it leg side. Probably just a little bit of tactics because of the conditions.
Yeah, also go back to Canterbury as well, where they were obviously a bowler light because of the injury to Capsey. They didn't bowl Lamb and ended up bowling Freya Kemp on debut at the end, which was not, I don't think, in the game plan. I think when you look at the options, Cross with her experience would have to bowl at the end, and I think they went for Cross and the time Lauren Bell in that middle period and ended up a bit short at the end. So I like the fact that they are now trying something different, and you're right, a couple of off spinners to these two left-handers. But England obviously still in a good position, but this partnership, what is it, 49? I want to try and get rid of one of these two right now.
Just overdoes it, overcompensates. Talking about the line to bowl, it's just a little too wide. 50 partnership, and boy did they need that. They're in real trouble at 29 for 4. You look around the field here, Cork, is a left hand. The first thing you think is reverse sweep. They've got a fielder just behind, square at point just behind, and then deep point is way in front. At the moment, deep point is busy because of that type of shot. If you can play the reverse sweep here, you've just got one fielder to beat.
Well, also, Nick, you're talking about that reverse sweep on the offside there, but with mid-off and mid-on up as well. If you wanted to use your feet, you've got big gaps there as well. So a couple of options.
The best left-handers I played against would try and get your deep point, who is way in front of square at the moment, by playing the reverse sweep. The deep point then has to go a lot squarer, and then your gap is extra cover. You hit it through and over extra cover, then you've got a massive gap. So it's that offside game that you play with yourself a little bit. And that's brilliant batting. It's just open the face to find the gap. But in terms of the boundaries, if you can get your deep point a little squarer, then you can go, as you say, Corky, with that use of your feet and through and over extra cover. That's how the best left-handers I played against would always work. You try and learn from them. Just don't want to play with a straight bat through mid-wicket there, because that is the danger.
You've only got one ball to ask you. Who? When you're on about the best left-handers, who?
Well, in terms of manoeuvring the field, there weren't many better than Andy Flower. He was terrific. I mean, he played the reverse sweep very well. You always felt when you captained against Andy, you needed an extra fielder. Just that ability to manoeuvre the ball around.
Oh, yes, Dino!
4 from the over, 82 for 4.
Yes, Charlie!
That's what good batters do, really, generally, whether it's left-hander or right-hander. You know, you go and play in Asia, and that's what players are able to do. They're able to manipulate the ball into areas to make it difficult to captain against them.
I think it's more relevant in our era than it is in the era they play in now, because they feel they can just whack it out the park. If there's a long on, a long off in place, it doesn't really matter.
And they just take them on.
Yeah.
They're not bothered. Whereas if in our era, if we tried to take them on and got caught there,
yeah, you walk the other way.
Well, no, you pick your bag up and get out the changing room. You're not picked again.
So it was that ability to manoeuvre the fielders that was so crucial in those days.
And also what I've liked about this series so far, when sides have lost early wickets, they've not been worried in any way. And I think that's good sign to both sides. We saw at Canterbury, England losing wickets early, and that chase.
Got away with that. Big gap through mid-wicket as well. Just beat mid-wicket and mid-on, and it's 4. The mid-wicket is a little square up. Gets away with that too. That could easily have gone for 4. Dragged down. Mandhana on 47 now. Okay, nearly another little mix-up, but all's well that ends well. So 21 overs have come and gone. 83 for 4.
Good little recovery this from the visitors. This pair putting on 54 from 74 deliveries. And it's the catalyst for Kate Cross to come back into the attack. Outstanding earlier. Kate Cross knocked over Shafali Verma in her first over. Yanyata Kapadia, both for a duck. Then the huge wicket of Harmanpreet Kaur, the captain. League the full wicket for 4.
Oh, yes, Cross.
Kate Cross's first international here at Lord's. She was here at the 2017 final up in the tavern stand watching. And she's spoken about what a difficult day that was for her, being out of the squad. Of course, overjoyed for her teammates, but not being part of it. She's making the most of this opportunity on a beautiful day at headquarters. Straight back on it in his new spell.
He's played here in 2014 for the MCC against the rest of the world. Took 4 for. Bowling in similar fashion to this. She's just hit the perfect areas, allowed the ball to do just enough.
Oh, yes, Crossy.
She's carried on in similar vein. I know the family's here today. I've been trying to locate them, Colo. David and Christine, Kate's parents and sister Jan, fiancé James, are both here. Caught up with them earlier. I'll try and locate them.
What a day for them. Cross's 100th wicket for England coming in that spell earlier today across the formats.
Oh.
I know that it was a bit of a worry for David Cross, former West Ham United striker, the Psycho. Had to wear a tie in the pavilion, of course. He's only got a polo shirt that he's wearing as well. I don't think the two set each other off particularly well.
Half a mix-up. Deepti goes back. Excellent from Kate Cross to start her new spell. Just one run coming from it. India, 84 for 4. Good to see plenty of people in the pavilion today, Daggers. That wasn't the case in the 2017 World Cup final. All the public seats were sold, but there was lots of room in the pavilion. Well, different story today. MCC really supporting this weekend of cricket here at Lord's. Of course, the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy final here tomorrow as well.
It's one of the disappointing aspects from that World Cup final, the empty white benches. Not so today, which is great to see.
Oh, yeah.
Just don't feel Mandhana's been tested enough, hence why Cross has been brought back. Find space again, but this, I understand the bowling of Emma Lamb, the off spinner to the left-hander. Sometimes though, I think, and even though Sophie Eccleston prefers bowling at right-handers, her record is better that way. Sometimes you just got to turn around and say, you're the best in the world. Mandhana is one of the best in the world. Go and get her out.
India shuffling their order today, bringing Deepti Sharma up to number 6. A lot of experience. Has India's highest score in one-day cricket, an unbeaten 188 against Ireland back in 2018. She can play. There's the half-century. Smriti Mandhana having a fantastic 2022. The 7th time she's passed 50 this year. A lot of Indian support in the crowd today. Up over 700 runs this year, in the mid-50s her average. Going from strength to strength. Been outstanding throughout this series. Just 3 from the over, 87 for 4.
Well, we know she's world class, and she's had to adapt the game a little bit with all the chaos going on around her with the loss of early wickets. The onus really on her to get India up to a total. So easy on the eye. Lovely soft hands, punishing through the offside. Yes, she's had 1 or 2 moments, sharp intakes of breath, but she's latched onto anything loose. 5 balls in that 50. Usually you'd expect more, but that is the nature of the circumstance she's found herself in, and how strong she is through that extra cover and point region.
Now, added responsibility. We've spoken a lot about Harmanpreet Kaur stepping into the captaincy and how prolific she's been when leading this team. Well, Smriti Mandhana is now her vice-captain, so this is her job, to be there when things get tough. Missed out here in the 2017 World Cup final. She was the first of 6 wickets for Anya Shrubsole. Oh, hello. As that got down, it'll go upstairs. Amy Jones Has it ended up back on the woodwork? I think it has. Looking at the toe of her blade. The umpire's just coming together for a quick look, but 87 for 5 it'll be, Daggers.
Well, there's a little confusion out there, confusion up here. Definitely out. That's what we can say. And the return of Kate Cross has paid dividends for England. We'll get a better view of it here. Short little toe end, and what a death that is. Amy Jones turning round to her delight, but as fortune goes, that is right at the bottom of the list for Smriti Mandhana. Can't quite believe it. Nor can Kate Cross, but Mandhana has to depart after making a fantastic 50, and India are 87 for 5.
So Hemlata to the crease. First time she's going to bat in the series.
Yes, Crossy.
Kate Cross has 4 wickets, and where we're positioned behind Smriti Mandhana, my eyes went straight to whether it was Amy Jones who'd done something special down the leg side from the short ball, but a bizarre dismissal. Watching it here, you can see the Q end of the bat deflecting down. Well, what can you say?
Well, I know what bowlers would say. That was always the plan.
Well, she did look over, didn't she? Kate Cross ran to mid-wicket, intimating it was something of a plan there. Either way, she's got 4 for now, and plenty of time on her side to complete the bag of 5 and get on the honours board.
Just going to go on to that. Brunton Shrubsole. Only England bowlers on the honours board. What an opportunity for Cross now.
Accurate Yorker.
She's got 3 overs after this. She's 4 for 12. And just after completing her 50th one-day international at Canterbury. Turned up at the home of cricket. And everything is going for you.
Ever so close to that outside edge. Turned down by umpire Saggers, but just seeing whether Amy Jones might send it upstairs. They're thinking about it. They're still thinking. And Jones turns away. It's a wicket maiden. India 87 for 5.
Just looking. Sometimes bowlers want wickets for bowling an absolute perler, and that's exactly what she's just done. There is a little bit of noise there, just fancy. That was that little edge onto pad, perhaps. Goodness, she's bowled well today. And bowled perfectly for Lords. Specifically at the pavilion end.
Sophie Eccleston returns to the attack. Plenty of overs up her sleeve. They played that well, England. Lamb got 3 overs out as the 6th bowler, so that builds in some flexibility. They didn't have that at Canterbury at the death, which contributed to their problems when Harmanpreet took off in the final 5 overs. Eccleston, just 1 wicket in the series so far. Picked up 8 at 13 against India in 3 one-dayers in his corresponding series in 2021. Love to get into it today.
Oh, yes,
They brought up deep point, have the slip.
Come on, Save. Oh,
We talked a fair bit about Kate Cross never having played an international here. Well, as was noted briefly before, Eccleston's never played at Lords in any form of the game, be it for England or in the 100 or for the MCC. Big day for the 23-year-old.
Oh.
Slightly absurd last year when the Village Cup final was played here and her brother turned out to play. It was for Albany Cricket Club. He got a start here before the #1 ranked bowler in the world.
Oh, yes.
Richard, our statistician, his club was the opponents, and he's been trying to get us to say it all day. We're refusing.
Oh.
Excellent restart from Eccleston. Just one run coming from the over. India halfway through. They're 88 for 5.
Pivotal period. And I would be tempted to give Cross just another one. Have her in the back pocket. And this partnership between Deepti Sharma and Hemalatha has got to be relatively, you would have thought, a relatively conservative one for the next maybe 10 to 15 overs. Sharma is a high-class player. You just feel that India are to get to some kind of total, 200 plus. She's got to be there for a decent period of time. How dearly England would love to remove her.
Oh, yes, Crossy.
Immediately finding the inside part of the bat there again, Cross.
Hey, Crossy. Come on, Crossy.
Straight through first slip. Deepti gets a boundary, but again, Cross using that slope so magnificently today.
Well, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but I don't understand why there's not one in, given the movement that is still out there. The slope. She hasn't moved in 200 years. And the ball going across the left-hander, you're just going to induce those outside edges. And given the situation, 5 down, Cross on fire, get one in.
Oh. Great work, Cross.
Down there in the bottom of the Allen stand today is the Middlesex former Players' Day.
Come on, Crossy.
The women that have turned out for Middlesex over the years were invited along. Danny Warren down there. He's the boss of the Sunrisers these days. Sarah Bartlett, who's umpiring tomorrow in the Hey-Ho Flint final.
Some fantastically jazzy blazers down there at the front as well. Oh, look at those.
Not sure whether they're former Middlesex women's players, but yes, they're decked out for the day. I'm sure Beth Morgan somewhere in there. World Cup winner back in 2009 here at Lord's. Izzy Westbury, who's worked with us in the past. Former captain.
Come on, Cross. Oh.
I saw actually, thanks to Ebony Rain for Brent's social media feed, that there was a big gathering of Surrey women players as well, and they were dished out with representative Surrey caps. It's lovely how counties have been recognising women players on that front. I think it might have been quite a fun do, that one.
They timed it beautifully at Surrey, didn't they? It was the day when the men won the championship on Thursday, and yes, the women were there receiving their county caps at last.
Oh!
Again, Cross finds the inside edge. Hemalatha off the mark.
Kempen. Go, Crossy. Go on, Crossy.
Yes, hopefully today will be the start of something again, with women playing a lot more at Lord's. Australia are scheduled to play a T20 here next year. Ooh, sprayed. 5 wides.
That's the first time I can remember that she's been really off target. Yes, there was a one leg side-ish earlier on in the over. Just got a little slingy in the action. Bit more round arm. Looking for that in swing. Brings up the 100 for India.
We've been conditioned over the years to both Sarah Taylor and Amy Jones getting to those, but yeah, that just swung too much. Deepti Sharma retains the strike. 101 for 5 after 26. And there's that quicker one from Eccleston. Just holding its line. Up at 53 mile an hour. And responds with sharp spin. That's why she's so dangerous. Always threatening both edges, Sophie Eccleston.
A little bit of a dangerous game going back. Like the pace that Eccleston is bowling, slightly slower. That last delivery. Standard pace around about 52 to 55. That one that just get a little bit sharply. When you bowl it slower, you do get a lot more turn, allowing the ball to grip.
Across the line. There's a gap there, though. Deepti Sharma breaks the shackles. At 4th boundary.
I don't know if England will necessarily mind this. Yes, she's hitting with the spin and with the slope. But England want India playing shots, provides wicket opportunities. It's in the air for a little bit of time, and mid-on was semi-interested, but a good connection from Deepti and good battle this.
She's a boundary hitter, Deepti. We saw that in the Commonwealth Games earlier this year. There's 2 back at deep backward square and deep mid-wicket. Mid-on inside the circle, Kate Cross. Giving her that shot if she wants it again. Upon saying that, Cross drops back to long on for the final ball. Yeah, good fielding to finish. 4 off the over. 105 for 5.
Like peas in a pod. Jen Cross, sister of Kate. Very fine physiotherapist. She does work in the 100. She's even helped me with my knee, Colo.
They could be twins.
Fiance next to her, James Kettleborough, used to play at Northamptonshire, Glamorgan and Derbyshire. Met either walking down the street, you'd be fooled. Fabulous family. And there's David on the left-hand side. We'll come back to that.
So Freya Kemp back on. Been spun around to the pavilion end. 15 runs off her from the nursery earlier. We're going to need some overs out of her here.
Yes, compete.
Nice restart. Good angle.
And there he is, the psycho. With that polo shirt and tie that he's trying to hide. David Cross and Christine, his wife, mum of Kate, the entire Cross clan. How delighted they'll be to see what she's been doing today.
Oh, yes.
I'll get in trouble if I get this wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's an FA Cup winner with West Ham as well, David Cross.
Yes. You don't want to annoy anyone with the nickname Psycho, do you?
Normal now. Normal.
Won the FA Cup in 1980 with West Ham, I'm told by Richard.
Trevor Brooking. Really pleased that Freya Kemp was given the nod today. Been awful. As a 17-year-old bowler, yes, she's got all the talent in the world, but you've still got to add that element of her age into it.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing from Amy Jones in the press conference after the loss on Wednesday. She was asked why Alice Davison-Richards wasn't played in the second game, having made an unbeaten 50. And the strong line was they really want to get some games into Kemp. It's less about Davison-Richards. They know what she can do as an all-round prospect, but they want this young woman here bowling overs for England, and they see this as a great opportunity for that. So they backed her in here after taking tap on Wednesday.
Oh!
That's good, really good.
And also, it's a long winter till your next game. What you don't want to be doing is sort of sitting at home and going through, as cricketers do, going through the last game they played, the last bowls that you bowled, being dispatched around Canterbury as she was. So it's important that she actually played this game for part of her development.
Past the edge twice to finish. Good response there from Kemp. First over of a new spell. Just 2 runs coming from it. India, 107 for 5.
And India are 107 for 5. Put into bat by Amy Jones.
Oh.
Chimba improved bowling performance by England today, especially Kate Cross. Very good. 4 for 24 of her 8 overs. Freya Davies as well opening the bowling alongside her. Brought in today replacing Lauren Bell. Sophie Eccleston into her 5th over. Yet picked up a wicket.
Oh! Good save, good save.
Corky, they've been much better today, haven't they, than what we saw at Canterbury just a few days ago.
Yeah, they made that breakthrough as well, didn't they? That partnership between Mandhana and Kaur.
Oh, I think that's a brilliant catch. That short mid-wicket. Charlie Dean, so good in the ring. Also off her own bowling as well, but she does the work, and that means that Sophie Eccleston picks up her 1st wicket of the day. And it is the removes Hemalatha, 2 for 17 off her innings.
Yeah, it's a good catch, this. And you're right, not a lot of wickets for Sophie Eccleston. That's good from Charlie Dean. Spinner backing up spinner in close at mid-wicket, and England now in control of this game. The end of Hemalatha, she goes for 2. It's 108 for 6.
Pooja Vastrika, new batter to the crease, and India in trouble. 26 matches for her. Good strike rate, 86. 50s under her belt. Oh, big shout. Just wonder if that's sliding down. Anna Harris unmoved. There will be a conversation though between Amy Jones and Sophie Eccleston. They do decide to send it upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a review for LBW given not out on field. I checked, it's a fair delivery. If we can go up front on, please. Okay. Just rock and roll that for me. Okay, we're close to the bat there. If we can go to Ultra Edge, please. Right forward. Yeah, clear gap there between bat and ball, so that's just pad. If we can go to ball tracking, please. Pitching in line, impacted umpire's call, and it's missing the wickets. You can stay with your decision of not out. Anna, stand by. You're on screen now.
Well, England had a very good review earlier on in the innings. Freya Davies was able to remove Harleen Doyle, but this one missing a fair distance.
I was giving that out. You said not out straight away. Me and Michael Atherton saying that's out.
Another productive over for England. Just the one run from it, also the wicket as well. India 108 for 6.
Yeah, good wicket for England, that. Interesting to see what Amy Jones and Sophie Eccleston, who is involved with making decisions on the field, whether they look now to really go at India and bowl them out, or do they save Kate Cross for a couple of overs? And so they've got 5 from Freya Davies as well. They've bowled a few different bowlers today and land bowled 3 overs.
Well, this is the end of Hemalata. Really good catch by Charlie Dean. Low to the ground. So often you see it just pop out when the player lands. Stuck on the crease. Again, England showing interest. Another conversation will have to be had.
Amy Jones obviously in the best position. Don't think she hits it. It's whether it hits Sharma outside the line.
Yeah, she just got stuck on the crease. It's close.
Well, yeah, it is close.
Yes, Campy.
Whether that's outside the line or it's umpire's call.
Well, she definitely got trapped on the crease, didn't she, Dipti Sharma?
Well, I'm giving that out, but I gave the last one out.
Let's have a look. Impact, umpire's call.
I think you need the catcher in there, though, don't you reckon? Down the hill.
Well, England looking to put the squeeze on now. We've seen a few catchers come into play. Looks as if Sophie Eccleston is going to plonk herself in first slip. Very straight field set by Amy Jones. Well, mid-wicket, an extra cover on the squeeze. Really good from Freya Kemp. Good to see her come back after the day that she had against Canterbury. It's always tough, isn't it?
Exactly, yeah, I was going to pick up on that. It's easy for a young player to take what went on in a debut game and let it affect her. Speaking to Charlotte Edwards when she was doing commentary at Bristol, and she said she's the sort of individual who wouldn't let things just affect her. She goes out there, enjoys her cricket, and that's good. Backed up. I've enjoyed how they've bowled, England.
Oh, yes,
I think it's set the tone. Kate Cross straight away. Also Freya Davies, who bowled well from the nursery end and then backed up all the way. And I think as a bowler, when you see that, and a young bowler in Freya Kemp, it'll just help her get her back into that rhythm of knowing the lengths and the lines.
Decision, have to get back quickly to the bowler's end. Pooja Vashika wanted to come back for a couple, sent back.
Yeah, this could have been another opportunity for Charlie Dean, who had a similar situation a little bit earlier where she could have run Mandhana out and hit her on a knee, and she wasn't able to do it. Another good over this so far for England.
Yeah, very good. Again, just 2 from it. India 110 for 6. So be a drinks break as well.
What happens when one member of the family enters a competition and wins a prize and the other member of the family doesn't? We're about to find out. What's your name? What's your name? Who entered the competition in his pocket? Question we asked you on the screen a few moments ago was this one. Which Indian player will be retiring after today's game after an amazing career of 20 years, over 200 one-day internationals, over 250 wickets? It is Julan Goswami. Lords, give it up for Julan Goswami. What a player. She's been for India. You probably won yourself a song. Where have you got from today? Now, you don't play cricket, do you? You're a big fan. Anything for your first time, of course. Now then, Lucy, you do play cricket, which makes it slightly more controversial that Bobby's one with Catherine, Lucy hasn't. Lucy, what is your best skill as a cricketer? Bowling, she'll be a spinner. Maybe an England star in the future, that's what we'd like to hear. Well, Bobby's got a cap, do you think she'll let you bowl it? Kind of not. Well, the good news is, Lucy, that we can do something about that, because here's a side cap for you as well. We're here making people happy at Lords. Keep your eye on the screen, it could be you next to win a signed England cap. Let's hear it once again for Poppy and Lucy.
Well, work to do for India. 20 overs left in this game, 110 for 6. Top order completely demolished by Kate Cross. She was simply outstanding. Now Dipti Sharma, you would think if England or India were to try and get up to some sort of total, she will be the key. Currently not out on 34, but she needs people to come with her. Pooja Vashika, very capable with the bat. I just feel now if one wicket falls, could be in trouble.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, it was Kate Cross who once again got rid of Shafali Verma, this time up the slope. Bhatti was the next to go. The captain, who has not been out in the series until then, was caught trapped on the crease, and then a little bit of fortune. She deserved that. She's bowled beautifully. Kate Cross, 8 overs, 4 for 24. Make sure you get the retainers in.
Her sister been watching on along with her dad as well. for the 100 team, Manchester Originals, also involved in the game at regional level as well. Sophie Eccleston, her Lancashire teammate. It's been great to see, I was mentioning it earlier actually, just the fact that England are missing so many senior players. Actually, someone like Sophie Eccleston taking a lot more responsibility. Sometimes when you give them an extra bit of leadership or responsibility, it just shows that they've got it within them. She will continue, 1 for 15 so far of her 5. Slip in play.
Oh, yes!
I think you're spot on because 52nd one-day international for Sophie Eccleston, and it's good to have that combination. And a bowler with the keeper who's a new captain as well, and Amy Jones. Another beautiful delivery, and you need somebody like that as a captain just to be able to turn to, but also take a little bit of responsibility, help with field placements. And I think that's what you've seen from Eccleston throughout now this series.
Oh, yes,
Yeah, I think England are in a position where there is that element of transition as well. Obviously, Lisa Kitely, the coach, is leaving. That means there's going to be someone new in charge relatively soon. They have a tour to the West Indies before Christmas, and then they have to get ready for the T20 World Cup. So you would hope by then that new head coach will be in position and ready to go.
Yeah, and under 19 World Cup as well, isn't there, in South Africa? It'd be interesting to see what England would do with Alice Capsey and Freya Kemp, whether they would hold them back or whether they give them a little bit of practice in that under 19s.
Oh, brilliant save!
End of another good over, 110 for 6. What would you do?
I think with the format that it is, T20, I would play them. I think they warrant a place in that England starting 11. Just with what I've seen from them, I think it was interesting actually with Lisa Kitely. The decision they made with Alice Capsey was for the Ashes series, was to put her on the England A tour and actually just hold her back. She'd never toured overseas before. Obviously very new to the England setup, so she went under the radar on that tour. And that just gave her a bit more confidence, but I feel you can't leave that person on your screen out now of an England T20 lineup.
Oh, could be out. Isn't out. Needed a direct hit, but then once again being the best between the wickets at the moment. The Indian batters struggled with communication at times. I don't think there was ever one here with Amy Jones stood up. Now, I think you're right. I think if there's an opportunity, and I can only talk about bowling really, if there's an opportunity to play in a competition and bowl, if I am Freya Kemp or even Capsey to bowl, then I'd want to bowl. What about you as a batter? It's better to be playing in outside in conditions than it is indoor or in nets.
Yeah, I agree, and I think from a batter's point of view, you could, in theory, you could send Kemp and Capsey on the under-19 tour, World Cup, which is in South Africa. Let them get used to the conditions out there, maybe manage what they do, but with a view of getting them at their best for the T20 World Cup. So yeah, in summary, Corky, I'd get them both out there.
Well, it'd be interesting to see what decisions are made. The new coach or interim coach, whatever they go with England, whether they do decide to send Kemp and Capsey to the under-19 World Cup ahead of T20 World Cup. I agree with you, send them. Don't think there's any harm, and like you say, manage their workload. It's important for somebody like Freya Kemp with her bowling. Capsy, okay, she can bowl a little bit of off spin here and there, but with Kemp still growing, still learning how to bowl, just look after her.
Oh yes, Kempy. Great work, Kempy.
Another very tight over for England, just the one from it. Just been able to put the squeeze on England's bowlers, especially the spinners that we've spoken about. It's just their ability to try and hit the stumps every single delivery, try and bring in all modes of dismissals, and this is England spinners to left-handers today, bearing in mind that India have got a few, Smriti Mandhana, Yastika Bhatia, and now Dipti Sharma as well. A nice cluster of deliveries. All of those dots generally pretty straight.
Yeah, but I was going to ask you, what options would the left-hander have against Sophie Ecclestone, the way she's bowling, the line she's bowling?
I think, well, I would always say it, but I'd say the reverse is on. She's just bowling stump to stump at the moment. She's gone for the other way. She's gone for the paddle. It wasn't really orthodox, but it's been effective for Dipti Sharma, just using that extra bit of pace that we've seen Sophie Ecclestone bowl with. So that's actually a good option as well, I think, Corky. And this shot as well, it just has to make the bowler think. So if she plays that again now, probably have to think about maybe moving fine leg straighter, finer. Try and plug that gap.
Oh yes, safe, yes, safe.
Opens up an opportunity to score at other parts of the ground. So nice finish to the over for India. 5 from it, 116 for 6.
Never really been able to go at England because of the loss of wickets. You can see right at the bottom, in the first 9 overs, where they lost those 4 wickets. Then there was a partnership, and then England hit back again with wickets in the next 5, 6 overs. So the moment England have a grip on this game, they can't allow it to do is just meander and think, okay, let's keep them under 200, because India have the capability with their bowling lineup and their spin options of putting England under pressure. So my question is to you again, does Amy Jones gamble and bring back Cross, look to get Vestergaard out, and then all of a sudden you're into the tail enders?
Well, Cross has got a couple of overs left, and I think from last game you would think that they might just hold her back and trust someone like Freya Davies now to come in and hopefully pick up a wicket, try and break the partnership. Obviously Vestergaard only 1, but she's been out there for 14 balls. I think the good thing is that they've used Emma Lamb today, which gives them a little bit of wiggle room when they get into situations where they feel like they have to manage it and finish at a certain end with a certain bowler. Didn't quite do that the other day.
Well, Ecclestone will bowl her allocation of 10. Dean has 5 more available as well if needed. Kemp has 5 more available. You'd expect that Freya Davies would bowl her 10. and so would Kate Cross. The only difference probably between here and Canterbury, I know what you're saying about holding back, is there's no Harmanpreet Kaur, she's gone, Mandhana gone, Harleen Deal gone, and so you're really just worried about one batter in Dipti Sharma. So it's one of those conundrums. Do you gamble and bowl her out and look to bowl India out? Or just sit in and just hope that India get themselves under a bit of pressure and then get the wicket? It's one of those ones, neither way is right. And as a captain, you just have that thought, maybe chats with Sophie Eccleston to say, right, we need to get Dipti Sharma either out or off strike.
Without the doubt, Dipti Sharma really is the key for India. They're 2-0 up in the series. They want to make sure that they can finish on a high. They've played some really good cricket in the last couple of games. Obviously, Julan Goswami's last game as well. She'll want to finish on a high. She'll also be licking her lips as well, because we have seen a few deliveries just nibble for the seamers. Davies has come in and bowled well, and actually it's probably nice to have that experience from someone like Freya Davies in the ranks for Amy Jones. Express pace, but really similar to Kate Cross, really, just able to give that element of control, has good change-ups. Single to finish the 34th over. India 119 for 6.
$119 for 6. Been a bit of a struggle for India today after some excellent new ball bowling from Kate Cross. There was a change of ends now for Charlie Dean. And she starts a little waywardly down the leg side, and that is help to the boundary. So change of ends for the off spinner, given the slope here at Lord's, is something you have to contend with pretty swiftly.
Yeah, of all the England players who'll be at the bowling crease today, Dean's done it the most as far as domestic cricket is concerned. Of course, captaining the Spirit in the 100. Played here 7 times, so not quite the novelty it'll be for others, or the adjustment with the slope. Been a real breakout year for Charlie Dean as an England bowler. 21 wickets at 22 in one-day cricket. Had an excellent World Cup, including a bag of 4 against India in the group stage.
Pulled very firmly and beats mid-on. It was short. It's unusual to see a pull shot hit so straight, and it was hit with real power.
Yeah, Lamb just mistimed their dive there by the looks of things. Lamb, one of the England players at Lord's for the first time today.
That's lovely. Nice action. Coming right over the top, and That slope just taking it past the outside edge.
Oh, yeah. Good dogs.
128 for 6.
We saw Vastrika promoted up to number 6 down at Canterbury. Involved in a brisk 50-run stand with Harmanpreet Kaur. Another player who's enjoyed her 2022. 10 wickets at the World Cup back in March. A couple of half centuries, one of those against Australia. I like her in the dressing room as well. She addressed them before the Sri Lanka series earlier this year, so between the World Cup and now, and has given that added responsibility since Harmanpreet's taken over.
Freya Davies, who began things off with Kate Cross. It was Kate Cross who did much of the damage this morning, but Freya Davies contributed as well. 6 overs, 1 for 24 before that delivery.
Oh, yes.
Were you bleary-eyed this morning? What time did that big game go on in Australia that you were watching? Was that all night long?
No, it's a 5 o'clock start, the AFL Grand Final, so duty bound to wake up for it, being an Australian in London. Can't have it any other way.
Duty bound. You couldn't wait, could you?
No tape delay when it comes to the Grand Final.
Yes, Frey. Brilliant, Frey.
So Freya Davies had to wait for that first wicket today. She's used to waiting. She made her county debut at age 14. Then 5 years on from that, played for England. Then didn't get a second cap for 2 further years. So it's been that kind of career for her, but getting far more opportunities as a T20 bowler. And here today, first game of the series.
Great length, Frey.
So the offside field is up, trying to keep Vastrika on strike and keep Deepti Sharma away from strike.
Go on, Frey.
After 4 balls, now just pushes one back to the offside boundary. So there is a gap there on the offside. Instead goes down the ground, beautifully hit. Another very strong and powerful shot down the ground.
Yeah, and that goes to why she was given that opportunity in the top 6 in the second game of the series, because when she gets going, she can give it a real ride. Strike rate up around 90. This is her natural game, swinging through the line, banging it straight.
Just taking a long, lingering look because it was almost over the boundary.
Oh. Brilliant, Frey.
Good finish, 133 for 6.
I mean, this shouldn't be a referendum today on whether there are future women's games played at Lords. There's a procedural fairness argument that goes to that, but it is great to see the public areas, certainly the bottom half of the Edrich and Compton stands and over in the grandstand as well, pretty full as far as the public seating is concerned. Not all areas are open. And then we mentioned before that the pavilion as well, which was pretty empty during the World Cup final in 17. Plenty of people there today. And of course the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint trophy here tomorrow too.
I remember a bit of comment around the empty areas during the World Cup final, but one or two members came, we mentioned it on commentary, and 1 or 2 members came back saying, well, they wanted to sit with family members in other parts of the ground next to the pavilion. And therefore there was a bit of context to what was perceived as a bit of emptiness in the pavilion at the time.
Go on, Charlie. Good, Dino.
I suppose in our other line of work, writing about that game, it was an easy line. The members were fairly empty and the rest of the ground was chock-a-block, and it was a very special day.
Yeah, it was an easy line, and it was one that was mentioned both on commentary and in print, and therefore the kind of comeback came later with letters into the paper. And but it was a great day. That the atmosphere was fantastic. And the first time, of course, that England are back here in an ODI since then, 5 years. It's beautifully bowled again.
And my prevailing memory of that day was that the media centre we're in was shaking as that collapse got hold. 7 for 28. Of course, we all know how it finished with Anya Shrubsole. The most watched game of cricket that year around the world.
What were the levels of interest like at Canterbury and Hove for the first 2 games, Adam?
Yeah, really encouraging, especially Hove. They sold that out. At least it was a sellout on paper, so it looked pretty full. And given it was midweek at Canterbury, there was a good crowd in too. They've been huge supporters of women's cricket, Kent.
Down.
135 for 6. So the schedule for the Women's Ashes next year sees many of the games played at the big Test match grounds, which is absolutely right and proper and good from the England women's team's perspective. But there'll be those grounds like Canterbury, the kind of second-tier grounds, who would say, well, we've done so much, we've seen so many women's games here, we're missing out on that.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Of course, a balancing act. The fact that the women's schedule just has more cricket in it than it has before should mean there are more spoils to share. But Australia coming back to Lords next year for the first time in a generation at the Oval for a T20 as well. The Trent Bridge Test match over 5 days, not 4. So they've heeded the calls there from the players, especially Heather Knight, who was most strident in her views around getting rid of 4-day Test cricket. So many draws. But it won't mean that there'll be no games at those grounds that have historically hosted. I think the one-day internationals are all being held at non-test venues, so the balance next year in a series that's spliced in within the men's Ashes. So they're going to try and do both at the same time. That doesn't always work. It didn't work in 19. I think that was due to the fact that there was a World Cup going on at the same time.
Delicately done, and that is 50 for Deepti Sharma, who came in today with India under significant pressure and has responded with a lovely half-century in 78 balls.
Yeah, coming in at 29 for 4. It was a very different kind of innings that she was required to play than a few days ago, riding shotgun with Harmanpreet at the end. It was all about the rebuild. Half a dozen boundaries. And now a platform to launch from in the final 10.
Oh, yes, Freya!
There's been a bit of comment here within the media about the compressed nature of next year's Ashes. What's the view from down under?
From a men's Ashes perspective, there's the added complexity of the South African series they had to play. There were some test matches cancelled there during the COVID period, and they come to an agreement with Cricket South Africa to visit there before the Men's World Cup, which is in October. So they had to find a window somewhere.
Hit firmly again down the ground. This is good batting. So we've seen 3 boundaries in the last 3 overs now. 1 off the back foot, 2 off the front, all back past the bowler.
Time to flick the switch. And these two know how to do that. India batting a lot deeper on this trip than they have in previous visits to England. Vastrika, still a young player, but gone through a lot. Number of long-term injuries. Loving the chance to play at the home of cricket.
Yes, Ray.
Yeah, and those 3 boundaries that have been whacked down the ground have forced a change now. Fielder comes up to short third, mid on, goes back to long on.
Yes, Frey, brilliant, Frey.
And just to finish that previous point, so Australia we're going to make it to South Africa at some stage towards the back of the England summer, and the fact that the Future Tours program has a block allocated now for the 100, I suppose it worked for all parties. So that'll mean June, July. It'll feel a bit different. We won't have that late summer sense of it all coming to an end at the Oval or anything like that.
No run to backward point. 141 for 6, 38 gone. Well, India found themselves 17 for 3, 29 for 4 today. The recovery has come through Deepti Sharma, who is 50 from 78 balls. And India now 141 for 6. We've got 12 overs left. And a chance to push that score north of 170, 180, which looked a distance away at the start of the game when Kate Cross was bowling so beautifully with the new ball. She has got 2 overs remaining and has 4 for 24. Be looking to get 5 and get on the honours board.
Right, Charlie. Good, Dino.
Those honours boards crowd the dressing rooms now. It used to be, once upon a time, it was just men's test matches. Then it was expanded, of course, to men's ODIs. The women's game gets full recognition. Not much space left in the dressing room on the walls.
Yes, Lisa Kitely, who's coaching the England team for the final time today. She's on that honours board in the away dressing room. Made 113 not out for Australia here in 1998, the one-day international.
Outside edge, ball trickle down for a couple. Who's looking to go down the ground again, probably over mid-on, with that almost flat bat shot that she plays so well down the ground.
A clear uptick from India in the last few overs, but England had more options in the back 10 than what they had at Canterbury when they stuck just to 5 bowlers.
Helped leg side and helped for 4.
A rare poor delivery from Charlie Dean. Easy pickings.
Close and given. It looked very full. It looked very straight. It has been sent upstairs immediately. But England, a confident appeal.
TV umpire to director. We have a review for LBW given out on field. Check the front foot and it's a fair delivery. If we can go front on, please. Can we just take that back? Okay, that's close to the back. If we can go ultra edge, please. Okay, I'm comfortable. That's pad first. If we can go to ball tracking, please. Pitching outside off, impact in line, and that's hitting the wickets. You can stay with your original decision, Anna. Stand by, you're on screen now. Signal out.
Good decision. It was straight. And once the sweep was played, intending to get the ball square rather than straight for once, Vastrika had to go. She played nicely for 22 off 38, and immediately England's players sprint into a guard of honour position because Julan Goswami makes her way to the middle for the final time. It's been a very emotional day for her. There was all kinds of things happening before the start of play. A very long huddle from her teammates. Every one of her teammates gave a little rendition. England now giving a guard of honour. The crowd standing. A lovely moment.
Her 204th and final one-day international has a chance later to add to her 253 wickets. What a massive contribution. A career that's gone beyond 2 decades. She was there at the World Cup final at Eden Gardens in 1997 when Australia beat New Zealand, and said that inspired her to go on to play for India and become one of the best to ever do it. And still some work to do here for India as well. Only 3 wickets in hand with 11 overs to go. She's going to have to play her role along with Deepti Sharma.
Yeah, and that's the tricky thing when you're full of emotion and you feel that the hour before the game has been about you. You've got to try and put all that to one side and concentrate on the game. But there'll be a little time to just take a breather now because that was the end of the over. So we've had 39. It's 148 for 7. What was the John Arlott line about Don Bradman and tears in the eyes?
After placing his first delivery out towards the Houses of Parliament, and the second ball through the gate, and that was that. I feel like doing an Arlott impression, but I won't.
You and me both. Deepti Sharma then with 51. Julan Goswami at the non-striker's end can just take a moment and take a breather and let her heart rate settle before facing her first ball. And India have got 11 overs left to bump this score up from 148.
So these were Kemp's figures after 5 overs at Canterbury. So she finished with the 1 for 82, the worst figures for England in women's one-day cricket. But she started really well. The problem was they backloaded so many overs in the final 5.
Come on, Kempy!
And it all kind of fell apart in her penultimate over. But yeah, the chance here, over 40, to clear another with a new batter, Goswami, at the crease.
It's quite a challenge for anybody to come back from a difficult game, but when you're 17 and playing at the home of cricket, that challenge is even more significant. So well done today so far for Freya Kemp, who was bowled nicely, bowled straight in the main.
We talked about it a fair bit through this series, but England are going through a year of transition. Post-World Cup, obviously the retirement of Anya Shrubsole, but the fact that Catherine Brunt isn't playing in this series and Heather Knight injured, Nat Siver away from the side as well. So it does provide these opportunities at the right time in the cycle, building towards the next 50-over World Cup, which is still 3 years away. We often in the past have heard it about the men's game, that in year 1 and year 2 of a 4-year cycle, it's all about getting games into players, and I'm sure that's the strategy for Freya Kemp. At the point, only 17, didn't play at all last year with that serious ankle injury, bounced back, did so well through the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is the women's domestic 50-over competition, then through the 100 Commonwealth Games. Bit of a smoky pick for that. No one really saw that coming, but performed so well there that she's forced her way into the one-day team too. She's a cricketer.
Oh! The first ball, and Julan Goswami's big day has not started well. It was a good ball from Freya Kemp. It just ran down the slope a touch, and Goswami has gone first ball
See a classy delivery like that, seen bolt upright and then through the gate, just trending a wee bit down the slope. And that'll give her plenty of confidence. First wicket today. Goswami bowled first ball in her final international innings. She's gone for naught. India 149 for 8.
Well, she will have her chance when India come out into the field to put that matter right, shall we say. But she gets a nice ovation as she leaves, not for the last time, because that will come later on. But if India are going to win this game, then you feel that Goswami has got some work to do with the ball. 149 for 8 in the 40th over, and this was a good ball actually. It just came back ever so slightly off the seam, down the slope, beat the forward prod or drive, and that was the end of that.
Left arm seamer bringing it back, always dangerous when there's a gap between bat and pad, as there was there.
Oh, it just jumped a fraction, took the shoulder of the bat, ends the 40th. A good over from Freya Kemp. 1 for 21 from her 6, 149 for 8.
Happy out.
Ten overs remaining in this India innings, and time for Kate Cross, who's had a good day today. 4 for 24 her figures so far from 8 excellent overs. She did all the damage with the new ball at the start of the day, bowling from the other end, actually bowling from the pavilion end, and it was a really terrific opening spell. She'd dearly love to finish things off now, finish with 5, get on that honours board and finish this India innings off.
Yeah, it's the right move, isn't it? They see an opportunity to finish this off. There's no need to be overly conservative about the final 10. Had they stayed at 5 or 6 down, there might have been a case for keeping Cross for overs 48 and 50, but not here, not now. In for the kill.
It's a good start as well. A very straight Yorker that was well dug out by Deepti Sharma. It was noticeable earlier in the day. Excellent rhythm that Kate Cross had running to the crease, albeit from the pavilion end, but she looked in really good rhythm.
She was really fired up for this series. Strangely, she hasn't played a lot of cricket throughout this summer, Kate Cross.
Yeah, she commentated a game with us, well, probably 4 or 5 weeks ago now, and it was clear her frustration at the limited amount of opportunities she'd had.
Loves playing against India, has an average in the teens against this opposition in one-day cricket, and was a trifle unlucky through the World Cup. Didn't quite have the success as far as the wickets column was concerned, although always tidy.
Good work from Amy Jones up to the stumps.
Yeah, making the most of this. Couple of wickets in the first game of the series, one down at Canterbury in a losing effort. Ever so close to her 5th today there.
Yes, Cross.
Pitched outside leg stump, I fancy.
I don't see them challenging Anna Harris's decision either. She's got that reputation. Overseeing her 8th one-day international today. We talk a lot about the domestic pathway being brilliant for cricketers coming through, but match officials as well. Yes, decision confirmed there.
Interesting to take a look at that again, actually. said that it looked as though it pitched outside leg stump to the naked eye, but actually when you looked at the replay, it just looked as though it ran slightly down the slope as well. Where did it pitch? Yeah, just outside. Good decision. Not much in it, but enough. Ripple of applause for India's 150. Very good from Kate Cross. Her 9th is done. India 150 for 8.
Look at the pace she bowled in that over, all around mid-60s miles an hour. A reminder, you don't need to have that express pace. A big emphasis at the moment in women's cricket on who will go up and be the first bowler to hit 80, and that'll happen. That's inevitable. But Kate Cross, big bag of tricks, very consistent, a lot of experience now. I would enjoy the challenge. Bowling on the slope today. Sent down overs at both ends. 4 for 25 from 9 so far.
Top edge. Should just be one.
Freya Kemp's Southern Vipers are playing in that Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy final here tomorrow. Up against the Northern Diamonds. The Diamonds qualified in first place, and the Vipers got there via the semi-final midweek at Beckenham over the South East Stars. Same teams in the final all 3 years of that competition. Vipers have won them both so far.
Should be taken, yeah. Very, very easy catch to end Thakur's innings. 9th wicket down for India. Freya Kemp going well.
This will do loads for her confidence going into the winter. Couple of wickets after what happened in the middle of the week, but playing her role today. Tidy at the start, back into the attack in the final 10, and a couple of quick wickets. Easy catch for Sophia Dunkley out at cover. Thakur gone for a 3-ball duck. India 151 for 9.
151 for 9. Sharma's still there, and they'll need her to be there at the end. Can Gaikwad stay with her for what is 8.5 overs left in this first innings? Come back from Kemp after what happened at Canterbury. She's 2 for 22. Down the hill, it'll only be a single. It should only be a single. It is. Means that Gaikwad has to survive 2 deliveries of Kemp. No slip in, but there are 2 women catching either side. Short mid-wicket, short cover. Survives 1.
Yeah, I like those fielding positions actually. The catches in front of the bat. We've just seen a few deliveries. They've stuck in the surface just ever so slightly, or batters have gone hard at the ball. Saw a catch earlier from Charlie Dean in that short mid-wicket area.
Sweeper's gone back offside now because they don't mind the single off the last ball of the over. Could be a wide. It is a wide. Past the outside edge. 42 overs done, 153 for 9. Sharma has to work out a way of just keeping the strike, really. I think she should turn down singles early in the over, wait till the field comes up after 4 deliveries, and then try and play the big shot. There's a couple of the balls of the over, I think, would be too much of a gamble to leave Gayle 4 to face, especially with cross bowling the way she is.
Round the wicket.
I think if you're England as well, you'd probably be happy for your infielders just to sit on it.
Now, can she get back for 2? She does gamble, and she does live Gayle 5 deliveries of cross to face. I'm not sure that's the right option.
Yeah, England have a chance now to work out, okay, how are we going to get this wicket of Gayle? We've seen catches in front. Just wonder if it's worth them putting a slip in as well and really trying to get it done and dusted.
Well, Kate Cross has 5 deliveries at a number 11 to try and get a 5 here at the home of cricket. Surely square leg's got to come in. Yep, deep square leg comes in. No easy singles.
Oh, yes, Cross. Hey, Crossy.
Well, Gayle was the woman who was bowled out by Anya Shrubsole for England to win the World Cup in 2017. She was on strike. Her job here is to survive these 4.
She might just fancy trying to thread one through the offside here. Offside field's up. Anything slightly for. I wonder what she's thinking.
Wondering if Kate Cross can get a slip in. Actually, just one just sneaks down the slope, a slip or a gully. Shape out. She's disappointed there because number 11, she knows she's got to target the stumps and the pad. She has 2 deliveries to try and get this 5 for. Make sure was squirted through gully. That's where she needed a catcher. She's been excellent today, Kate Cross. She's done no 5 for, but impressive figures. 10 overs, 4 for 26 on 54 for 9.
Yeah, she's been brilliant today, Kate Cross. Her family watching on as well. They were there at Canterbury earlier. Supported her and her career. Tough moments as well, but has come back stronger. One of England's most consistent bowlers now. Excellent return.
Sophie Eccleston has 3 overs left. Deepti Sharma on strike. For the slog sweep, leg side. Again, it will be a single off the first ball. Can they get back for 2? They just get home.
I think it's Danny White out there. She was trying to run round just to cut the boundary off to start with, but then quickly realised that they were taking her arm on. Good from Sharma.
Sharma looks like she wants to target Eccleston with the spin, which means an extra fielder goes out leg side, and everyone's up on the offside. So there are options of the reverse if she wants. For that reason, they reinforce the offside now, which means she can just tuck it on the leg side and try and get back for 2. Still not many play the reverse sweep in the women's game, Lids. I know you used to do it years ago, but not many. Alice Capsey, obviously a big reverse sweeper. They play the orthodox sweep or the shovel like that one. I saw Duckett's innings in the last couple of games in Pakistan. He'd be sweeping and reverse sweeping everything. It's a shot they can add to their armoury.
Yeah, 100%. I think it's a really important shot. She has a left-hander as well. I think just adds another dimension. It makes the field inside have to think about what's the best field to have. You can play that reverse well.
Absolutely nightmare as a captain. You always feel like you're a fielder short when someone can reverse or switch it. Obviously Gaikwad's job here now is not the big extravagant reverse sweep. It's 3 blocks. Get to the next over. Get Sharma on strike. Slip in.
Oh! Good save! Come on, Ek.
Leg side. If there was anything on that, or if he'll be given those wides, it might have just flicked the pad. Deepti Sharma comes back for 3. 3 leg buys.
It's interesting seeing how teams approach playing Sophie Eccleston. Often we see she doesn't go for a huge amount of runs. It's often because teams lower their risk levels. But she's meant she hasn't picked up the bulk of wickets that you might expect.
Wow, an easy run here for Deepti Sharma. That's very odd to me. Last ball of the over. Sharma on 59 just gave her a run on the leg side. She'll keep the strike. 161 for 9. Useful runs. Six overs to go. This is a pretty good recovery from 29 for 4, and it's a pitch that's done a little bit, especially for the seamer. And India have 2 or 3 very useful seamers, to say the least. So anything they can get is still in the game.
Back to off on England at the nursery end, number 24,
Charlie Dean now at the nursery end. Lead overs 1 for 38. Mid-on is up, so the options are over mid-on and the option of a reverse sweep. Now they change it. Mid-on goes back to long on. Mid-off comes up. Remember, in the women's game, only allowed 4 out in this power play. In the men's game, you could have 5, so there is always an option in the women's game. This is over mid-off if you want it. She can't get it past extra cover. In the men's game, mid-off would be out to long off. The extra fielder in means that's an option, hitting with the spin as well. This is behind square, could well go for 4. It does.
No, she's just gone slightly wider on that occasion. Charlie Dean, whether it was intentional or not, just offered width for Dipti Sharma to get her hands through the ball, just plays it so late. Cover, not able to get round and cut it off.
Yeah, sloppy from England, not the fielding so much, but just letting Dipti Sharma be on strike from that previous over. Now, mustn't make the same mistake here. 5 balls gone. Everyone in that inner circle has to be tight in, maybe bring one more up on the offside. That's exactly what they're going to do. Deep cover comes in. And in fact, long on comes in now. So there's the boundary option if Sharma wants it. And she plays it beautifully, tucks it to square leg. She'll keep the strike. She's hogging the strike nicely. 166 for 9.
Yeah, she's playing it well, Dipti Sharma. Such a skill in itself, really, when you are batting with the tail, just being able to manipulate the field. Also the timing at which you do it as well at the stage of the over. Chatting through what they want to try and get up to. 5 overs left now. The current run rate will get them up to 184. Crucial thing is though, they just need that 1 wicket now.
Another scoop. She plays that shot really well. Fielder is out there, so she'll come back for 2.
It's a good option as well to Sophie Eccleston, because she does bowl that bit quicker. That delivery, 52 miles an hour. We've seen the Indian spinners bowl early to mid-40s. Lots of pace to work with.
Option for Dipti Sharma because everyone is up on the offside. Can they get back for 2 this time? No, just a single.
Have to try and squeeze, try and put the pressure on outward, the slip in place as well.
Oh, close. If that's pad first, that's very close. It is pad first. India have a review left. They surely will use it. But I think she's in trouble.
TV umpires director, we have a review for LBW given out on field. I've checked the front foot and it's a fair delivery. If we can go to front on, please. Yeah, just take that back and forward. And roll back to the pad again. Okay, it appears to be pad first. Let's just confirm with ultra edge, please. Yep, clearly pad first. If we can go to ball tracking, please. Pitching in line, impact is in line, and that's hitting the wickets. You can stay with your original decision, Martin. Stand by. You're on screen. Make the signal now.
Good decision on the field from umpire Sagas, confirmed with the technology. 169 all out India. Sharma stranded on 68. The lapse that was started by the excellence of Kate Cross was completed by Sophie Eccleston. India bowled out with 4 overs and 2 balls to spare.
They've been brilliant today, England. They'll be so pleased with that bowling performance, in particular because of their performance down at Canterbury. They'll walk off feeling confident that they'll be able to chase this total down. India, they have to find ways to get those early wickets, try and put England under pressure.
It was a decent fight back from India, having been 29 for 4 to get up to 169. It's a pretty good effort. There's a bit in this pitch, so still plenty of work to do for England. Just 3 of the Indian batters making double figures. Mandhana, a very good 50, 22 for Vastrakar, and an excellent 68 not out from Deepti Sharma.
England bowlers, pick of them has to be Kate Cross. She was eyeing up that fifer to try and get on the honours board here, but I'm sure she'll settle for those figures. 4 for 10 for her, a couple apiece for the young Freya Kemp, Sophie Eccleston, and 1 each for Freya Davies. Brought in today, replacing Lauren Belt, and 1 for Charlie Dean.
I think at the halfway mark it will be England the happier of the 2 sides. Kate Cross bowled beautifully. If you weren't with us earlier in the day, she was looking to pick up a 5th in her final 2 overs to get on that honours board, but didn't quite manage to do it. But bowled really well with the new ball. That set India back, that power-packed top order that has caused England so many problems in this series so far. And it was an uphill struggle after that new ball spell from Kate Cross. They posted 169. England now in reply. Good afternoon, Dominic.
Afternoon, Michael. Yeah, important 10 overs this for England to try and get through this new ball. Goswami, who's bowling from the nursery end, so similar to Canterbury with the slope, she bowled from the pavilion end. It's to help the ball go away from the right-hander. Missed Tammy Bowman 8 times in ODIs, and the keeper up to stop her running at her.
Yeah, the opening partnership for England hasn't got going in this series. Highest score for Emma Lamb and Tammy Beaumont in the 2 games so far. Nobody's made more than 15. An opening partnership of 20 at Hove and just 7 at Canterbury. And maybe the fact that they're not chasing the kind of score that they were at Canterbury will just give them time to settle in this afternoon.
What I also like about this field, Michael, is the fact that India are on the attack. They know they haven't got enough runs with trying to defend that 169, and they've gone straight away. 2 slips in a gully. I know with the experience of Goswami that she's going to just try and hit just outside off stump, top of the Bales region, even though they've taken a slip out just as I started to talk about it. In fact, they've got no slips at the moment.
Isn't that just the way, as a commentator, when you laud them for such an aggressive start with the new ball? Now we got 2 slips. They obviously, the message has hit home. Those 2 slips that had disappeared are back in again, and that's surely the right thing. Because of that extra bounce that Goswami gets. She's tall, imposing figure at the crease. Comes from over the top and therefore gets a bit of bounce. As you would expect, a very accurate opening over from Goswami. A maiden to start with. Hope you're listening at lunchtime to Sarah Fain from the MCC Foundation. All the fantastic work that goes on around the world. Sounds like she's got an interesting winter ahead of her. Nepal and various other places that the MCC Foundation will be doing their good work. Emma Lamb, early days in her ODI career, in contrast to Tammy Beaumont, who's playing her 100th game today. And Emma Lamb will face up to Thakur, who bowled really well in the last game, picked up 4 wickets down at Canterbury, has got the slope for that natural movement into the right-hander. Actually, that just held up off the seam, but she got quite an open-chested action. You just imagine everything will come into the right-hander from the way that she bowls, but that one just held up a fraction off the seam as well.
Yeah, you're right about that open-chested action, so naturally her delivery always goes back in, similar to obviously where she bowled at Canterbury with the surface sloping from left to right, similar from it is here at the pavilion end. But she has got the ability, just with a bit of a wobble seam, just to hold it up as well.
I guess the natural thing for a bowler who bowls like that with a slightly open-chested action is that your wrist just naturally comes to the offside of the ball, so you put a bit of natural leg cut action on the ball in any case. Emma Lamb is batting outside of her crease. She's taking a step or two towards Thakur. It'll be interesting to see whether the wicket-keeper Bhatia comes up to the stumps.
Yeah, her first game at Lord's as well, Emma Lamb, as it was for Sophie Eccleston, all the experience she has as well with her first game.
That's an example of the natural leg cut action that a bowler with this kind of action at the crease can put on the ball. Naturally just fall away a touch and the fingers just come down the side of the ball and it naturally just holds up off the seam. So problems for the right-hander here is that you're always thinking the ball will come in from Thakur and down the slope, and if the odd one holds up, she's in business. Tammy Beaumont is home, wouldn't want to be run out again. 1 for none of 2.
Yeah, they're the challenges of playing at Lord's, and you know that, Michael, as a batter, when bowlers are attacking your stumps from either end, you've got to make sure that you're really trying to line it up. As a bowler, you're just trying to make sure you're not giving away easy runs to the leg side if you're bowling from the pavilion end, and the same as bowling from the nursery end. Because of the slope, naturally the ball will go away from the right-hander. What you don't want to do is to make it easy. Trying to attack the stumps, trying to make in some ways the batter fall over towards that slope.
Yeah, middle stump.
Just the fourth game here at Lord's for Julan Goswami, even though she's played for 20 years.
Wait there!
3 for 23 in the World Cup final. I put it to her at the toss, actually, that it's a great stage to go out on, a great place to bow out, but she'll have one or two bittersweet memories here from that final of 5 years ago.
Yeah, it is a great place to finish your career, isn't it? I'm thinking, obviously she's from the West Bengal region. You'd probably say that Kolkata, Eden Gardens would be maybe the ultimate choice if she had it. I think to be able to finish your career here at Lord's.
Pulled away, a little short, a little straight, and England's first boundary of the afternoon.
Yeah, this one just a little bit short, and Emma Lamb was quick onto it. Not a great deal of pace, just under 70 miles an hour. Just see, this one's just a bit shorter. Just stays a little bit deeper, collapses that back leg a little bit, so it gets a little bit top edgy, but it will run away here.
Length, just a yard or so fuller, and Tammy Beaumont was struggling here. 8 for none, 3 gone. Run out in the last game, of course, at Canterbury. Tammy Beaumont taking an all too brisk single to mid-on, and just for a moment she was treading water here as well, but probably would have just made it home had the throw been on target.
Yeah, 100th one-day international for Tammy Beaumont as well. Need some runs. I think she'll be honest and tell you that as well.
Short again, and for the second time Emma Lamb is quickly onto the pull shot. She moves into double figures.
Yeah, and that's what Cross and Davies did really well for England, that they kept their lengths a little bit fuller than this. Emma Lamb, you can see, batting out of a crease. There's no fielder out at square leg, just a fine leg in place. And this one is really easy pickings.
Just looking at the wicketkeeper there, who'd come up to the stumps because of Emma Lamb's position outside of the crease, but it looks like she's now gone back into a normal or an orthodox position. Offside sweeper goes to the deep. Lots of focus on Julan Goswami today, but it was a big day also for Tammy Beaumont and her family. Carl Crowe giving Tammy her cap presentation for 100th ODI, family in attendance as well. Lovely. As that movement back into the right-hander, that would be the natural movement for Thakur.
Yeah, got to look to bowl just that fourth stump, a little bit of an inside edge. Brought back memories, that 100th cap presentations when, what was it, 2000 West Indies, yourself and Alex Stewart in the same game.
There just wasn't a level of ceremony back then that there is these days. Driven in the air, just past extra cover and timed beautifully. Really nicely timed, and Emma Lamb picks up her third boundary, going well.
Yeah, Shafali Verma really just ran round this. All right, good piece of timing. Yes, a little bit of aerial, got it past extra cover. Just keep your eye on Shafali Verma here.
She just didn't realise how well or how hard Emma Lamb had hit the ball, and was assuming she would cut it off. And then found it racing past her. It was a measure of how well Emma Lamb timed that cover drive. There's just more ceremony full stop in the game now, isn't it? Whether it's a debut or 100th game, final game as we've seen today. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing for 1 minute. I enjoy watching the ceremony, but it's just a sea change from how it was maybe a generation or two ago.
Your last Test match, the Oval, did clap you on and off?
Well, maybe a ripple. Nothing more, maybe. Thank goodness that's done. We want to see a bit more of Trescothick and Vaughan instead.
Ow!
4 overs done, 17 for none. So England have made a breezy start to this run chase. They're 17 for none after 4. It's Emma Lamb who has contributed the lion's share. 3 boundaries in her run of ball 16. Tammy Bowman yet to get going in her 100th one-day international. That's the length. Excellent full length. Emma Lamb has been quick to pick up on anything short so far. Pretty good crowd. I'd heard just walking into the ground this morning that around about 15,000 tickets had been sold. There's large sways of the grandstand, the lower area of the grandstand, and the mound stand that are well populated. And behind the bowler's arm, the Compton and Edriches, and also in the pavilion. So it's a decent turnout today on this late Saturday in September. Home. Season almost done now. One more round of championship games to come in the English county season, but it's hard to say that there are seasons these days. The games and just seem to roll into one. England, of course, England's men's team are out in Pakistan, and the World Cup is soon to be on us. Dom, you're off out to Pakistan for the under-19 version of the kind of franchise T20 tournament, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm out there. Starts on the 6th, so it's like they're calling it like the Junior Pakistan Super League. So I think there's about 5 English players playing in it. So looking forward to that. All based in Lahore.
Quite interesting that. So who's going? Rayan Ahmed, I know, is down to go. I'm sure Archie Lennon from Sussex is going, because I saw his grandfather, I should say, Les Lennon, here for Ted Dexter's memorial about 2 weeks ago. It's a really interesting concept, allowing the best under-19 men's cricketers opportunities to play franchise T20 cricket. Franchise game coming to women's cricket as well. Obviously the 100 here and the IPL will be up and running from March, so the game is spreading and changing fast. Bit of pressure building on Tammy Beaumont. Not that there's pressure in terms of the required rate here, but just the single so far from 10 balls, and pressure being applied here by Goswami, who's hitting an excellent length and giving little away. Five overs done, 19 for none.
Side England catch to it during the second innings of this game. Another question coming up for you here. Which England bowler took 4 wickets in the first innings of this game here at Lord's today. Get in touch with us on Twitter. All your answers on this @GoPro and CW using hashtag ENGVIND. Which England bowler took 4 wickets in the first innings of this game. Side England catch to it during the second innings of this match, sung by the England captain, Amy Jones.
The Yorker, and well dug out.
Yeah, I think India now just trying to put them, or to put Tammy Beaumont under pressure. She's 1 from 12 deliveries here. A couple of catches, 1 on the leg side, 2 on the leg side, and 1 short at extra cover, and the keeper up now.
We were talking about Eden Gardens in Kolkata a short while ago in reference to Julian Goswami, and Cricket Association of Bengal has announced today that they're planning to name a stand after her at that great ground, which is a tremendous accolade for her. Ooh, they're bold, and you can just sense this slight pressure building. The field is in, the squeeze is on. MLM looking to create something from nothing.
Yeah, this is good from Harmanpreet Kaur as well, saying to his bowlers, look, you attack the stumps. And you know, as a batter, that when you're feeling under that pressure, you're looking for that release shot somewhere. Big gaps on the leg side, but it's that little bit of a risk going across the line.
guide is given there, I had the impression that it had just flicked Emma Lamb's thigh pad, actually.
And I think actually she does go like that. She actually touches her thigh pad. But just watch this.
Yeah, definitely flicks the thigh pad. As she suggests. But it was a little late by then. The umpire already had his arms out, signalling the wide. But no damage is done off that extra ball. 21 for none off 6.
So 21 without loss, England. Remember, they're only chasing 170 to win. Series gone, yes, but points on offer for England. Points for the Women's World Championship. Goswami into her 4th over. 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 8 so far. Again, Harmanpreet Kaur having that tight infield. Catcher on the leg side as well, and a couple of slips.
Oh, he's really battling here, Tammy Beaumont. No runs really in the series so far. 2 from 14 at the start of this innings. See from that deep breath there, just trying to compose herself. It only takes one loose ball, one nice shot that you get away, and suddenly all that pressure can dissipate. And it helps when a tight single is aided by a misfield as well.
Yeah, and when you've got out to a certain bowler a lot, you just want to get off strike as well. So hence they'll take a couple of risks, and although she's run herself out before in this series, just get off strike.
It never quite goes away, even if you've played 100 games. That pressure that builds if suddenly the ball is not quite finding the middle of the bat. You can't get the bowler away. But what experience gives you is a kind of bank of knowledge. You may have gone through those situations before, and you know that things can change very quickly, and that's the value of long experience in the game, which Tammy Beaumont will be drawing on now.
Feel in this situation something's got to give, as in, will the batter take a risk? Bowlers are just happy to bowl at length, but I think with such a small target, England are just happy just to sit in here, see off this danger with these new white balls, get through this initial 10 over period and just take the sting out of the game.
Oh, ouch. Just check that Emma Lamb is okay here, because looking to scoop that fine down the leg side. I think she's taken one on the helmet. Immediate concern from the India players. Well, it was glove and then onto the side of the helmet, but the glove will have taken a lot of the pace off. I don't think she'll be fine. There'll be the kind of mandatory check that the physio makes, and it'll be more around about the hand, the problem with the hand, rather than the head.
Yeah, you just see that that's obviously hit her quite flush on that bottom hand.
It was an odd choice of shot just because fine leg is back. You normally see opening batsmen take that shot on when fine leg is up inside the circle and to try and scoop it over the fielder's head, but fine leg was back, and it was just that is a measure of the frustration almost and the lack of scoring opportunities that MLM is trying to create something from nothing almost. In a bit of pain, and remember it's not the blow to the helmet here, it's the blow to the right hand. Not quite the famous photograph of Graham Gooch with Laurie Brown. Those long enough memories will recall that one in the Caribbean of 1989 when the physio came on, touched Graham Gooch and said, "Where does it hurt?" And Gooch absolutely screamed in agony. Lamb's in some discomfort, but looks like with a bit of strapping she's going to soldier on.
Yeah, so the physio will just make sure a couple of painkillers, adrenaline still pumping. Last game of the series. Just get on with it and try and see how far you can go.
Is he one that's seen the funny side at least? The delay is happening, it's a good chance to just reflect on the remarkable career of Julian Goswami. Most wickets in women's internationals, most wickets in women's ODIs, most wickets in World Cups. I mean, you play for 20 years and more, you're going to build up some records, but still, it's quite remarkable career that Goswami has enjoyed and has seen a sea change in the women's game in the 20 years that she's been playing, and finishes now on the grandest of stages and with a stand that will be named after her at Eden Gardens, Kolkata, and therefore will be remembered at that great ground forevermore. And what a response that is from Emma Lamb. Having taken a nasty blow to the right hand, she completes the 7th over. Careful with the glove punch, I would say. 26 for none off 7.
Ow!
Just can't quite get going yet. 100th ODI, all that experience, I think just haven't quite gone for in recent weeks, months. Just a little short of confidence. Your mind plays tricks on you as well. But, she's still there. 3 from 16 and just 144, so it's not a huge total to chase down.
Yeah.
Wants to come back for 2, but nah, good decision. Good work in the deep.
Yeah, this opening partnership with Emma Lamb, they put on 127 and 149 together against South Africa. That included a Beaumont century. But taken as a whole, it has been tough work for Beaumont in 2022, averaging around 30. And for whatever reason, Beaumont's always found it more difficult against India. Averages just on 21. In a fairly big sample size too. It's a 26 one-day international against India.
good work. Very good work from behind the stumps, and I think it's going to be, they're going to have a look. But Emma Lamb has decided, I think, to walk off. I think she knows that the foot has not been grounded. What a brilliant bit of work behind the stumps.
It was no sure thing that Yastika Bhatia was going to be wicket-keeping in this series for India. They're blessed with several options with the gloves. But you watch this. All in one motion. Yes, please. Super work.
Simple enough decision. All the good work done from behind the stumps. No take back at all. One motion, and Emma Lamb's promising innings of 21 comes to an end. 27 for 1 now, England. She was intending, Sophia Dunkley. Not been her series the last couple of games or so. It's a pretty decent record, 33. Strike rate is decent too. Not a huge target to chase down here, so you can just give yourself a little bit of time to get in. For 1. The thing to look for here is the take back. That many wicket keepers in the world game, male or female, the ball hits the gloves there. There's no take back. It stays and then moves forward, and in real motion, real time, that'll look very, very good. A lot of times with keepers, sometimes it just hits the glove, takes back, and then it takes a while to get back towards the stumps. That's pretty impressive.
And all the more on the basis she's expecting with Thakur that natural in swing she gets. That's the one that holds its line. So she's watched the ball all the way in there. No premeditation. Enhances her reputation accordingly. Hardy work. Likewise Thakur. She's had a really good start to her one-day international career. We just rattled off some Goswami factoids before, Nadia. Here's a niche one for you. If she gets through 9.1 overs today, 55 deliveries, it'll be a 10,000th ball in women's one-day cricket. Of course, the first to do that, given how many more games she's played than anyone else. But
you love your stats, don't you? Eh?
Like those types.
I'll tell you what. In the early part of her career, the keeper wouldn't have been stood up. It was 10,000. The accuracy is still very much there.
Well, that's the theory, isn't it? Of-handed theory at 10,000 hours to specialise something. Well, he's most certainly a master, hearing on 10,000 deliveries in this format and presumably hundreds of thousands in the nets. And other forms as well.
Do you know, I thought she was brilliant this morning. I mean, we were ready to go on air at 10:30. Everyone was trying to grab a bit of her time, interviews, presentations, and she did all of it. I watched her, she did all of it with a smile on her face. It wasn't a hassle. I'll try to accommodate all the various media that wanted to have a chat with her. I thought that says quite a bit about her and the way she's enjoyed her career and how much it means to her, but she was very impressive.
Always loved the Julan Goswami approach to the crease. Big long strides. That's cinematic. He's done the job for 20 years for India.
Yeah, loves that shot. Very quick to pounce on anything short and wide, and will get a boundary. Now she might feel she's off and running a little bit more now.
Yeah, helping herself there, Beaumont. Short and wide, puts it away. Now has 2,000 runs at home in one-day international cricket. 8 of her one-day hundreds at home as well. She's been fantastic over the last 6 years.
Beauty, absolute beauty. Play that if you can. It wasn't quick, but there was bounce. 33 for 1.
Goswami's first international wicket was Caroline Atkins, who was a World Cup winner for England back in 2009. Their one-day debut at Chennai in January 2002. Think of all the England openers she came up against over the years. That was one-day international 382, and today 1,293. She's been around for 3/4 of the matches played all up around the world.
At the break, we were talking to Claire Connor. Claire, of course, captain England good number of years ago. ICC president. She was talking about it as well. Not on air, but she was talking about facing Goswami when she first started. Tough place when you're batting and you're a little bit out of sorts, you're a bit out of form. Some will see it. Try and get to 20 quickly. Just settles your nerves a little bit. Others will try and grind it out, give your wicket away at any cost. So it looks to me like Tammy Beaumont at the moment, with the score not being a huge one, just waiting. Adventurous outside the line, I think. We have to wait and see.
I suppose the temptation will be she is getting that in swing. Yep.
TV umpire to director, we have a review for LBW. Given not out on field, it's a fair delivery. I've checked the front foot. Can we see front on, please? Okay, just rock and roll that for me. And forward. Okay, it's close to the bat, so we'll need to see ultra edge, please. black line. The ball's gone past the back there. All the way onto the pad for me, please. Okay, there's no back there. Can we go to ball tracking, please? It's pitching outside off and impact is outside off stump. You can stick with your original decision, Martin. Stand by. You're on screen now. Make the signal for not out.
Yeah, it always looked like Tammy Bowman had gone a long way across. You might have seen that in the replay. Front foot went across, back foot followed it. Just a hunch, maybe. Perhaps it's Tammy Bowman, early wicket. They get 2 reviews. They've just lost 1. Through the defences, missed out the ball before. Thakur has been quite brilliant in the last game or so, and an early breakthrough. Tammy Bowman has gone now, 34 for 2.
The extra doubt, the movement back to the right-hander. Beaumont playing the wrong line here. Wide of the crease. Yeah, that's lovely stuff. What you dream of as a seamer. Hitting the top of off. India now with more than a sniff. Both openers gone. Beaumont trudging off for 8. England 34 for 2.
Not big scores, but she spent a little bit of time at the crease in the last couple of games. 19 and 39, somewhere in between is the average. So strike rate is good, and she's a really good player to watch when she gets in. As well, sharp. They look sharp, India. You know, they don't have a huge score on the board to defend. Excellent work from Thakur, wide of the crease, and I think that is why she played inside the line of the ball, Tammy Bowman. Just varying her release point upon delivery. Might have seen that a little closer to the stumps on that occasion. The wicket ball was very wide, and as a batter you think the ball is coming into you more. Have a look how wide she is there upon delivery. That is why you can see there Tammy Bowman playing inside the line. She thinks it's coming in further. Very unusual to see you play inside the line from there. Down, I think. Ten gone, 35 for 2.
So a sluggish start, but Lamb did get away eventually. Up is through cover, looking to take on the in-swing of Thakur. And down the ground after copping a whack The brilliant hands, Hardik Pandya. That was the first for India. And just after Beaumont looked to be moving through the gears herself, she had her off-stump bent back. Thakur has both of them. We talked a bit today, Nadia, about players who have Lord's experience and don't. I mean, Capsey, despite only being 18, has played here a few times through the 100 last couple of years, made 59 off 41 against the Spirit here this year and last year, and later in the season in a low-scoring final, made 25 off 17, playing in both editions of the 100 final here at Lord's. Been out to spin both times in this series, finger spin. It's pretty good against Goswami and Thakur down in Canterbury. Got off to a flyer before getting up to 39.
Yeah, they're the numbers. What I really like about her, though, is the fearlessness. I think she's quite a free-flowing player. I think she doesn't like to get bogged down. I think she backs herself against the spinners, uses her feet. She wants to impose herself on the opposition. I like the way she stands there. I like what she's giving body language. I'm coming at you. I'm not going to let you settle. And she's up against one of the very best, playing her last game of international cricket. And it ain't easy because she's still pretty good.
She might be finishing up, but she's still the best seamer India have got at age 39. Fingers down the seam there, using the slope to her advantage. Hardik hunting with the gloves behind the stumps there. Any edge, any drag of the back foot, she'll be there.
Pick length, it was just about short enough. That's a bit my point against, or rather on Alice Capsey. She's always looking to score. And 4. Decent bit of work, but all in vain.
Don't say that too often in the women's game, the all-run 4, given the boundaries tend to be a fraction smaller, but they're set back today, and yes, despite Deepti Sharma's efforts, Capsey was committed to the 4th.
Find the gap on this occasion, so 43 for 2. And there's that open face that Lydia was talking about the last game at Canterbury. Helps her feed the ball through the offside. And he finds the fielder on this occasion. Goswami, she's not quite finished yet. She's still got an impact to be made. And she's picked up her first one of the day. And great delight for her and great delight for all her teammates.
Not the fielder to pick out on the circle. Harleen Deol got the best hands in the Indian team. Straightforward chance. And quite the emotional response from the Indian fielders. Goswami gets herself into the book in her final international match. Capsey, the teenager, she's gone for 5. England in some trouble now, 39 for 3.
Danny Wyatt then out to join Sophia Dunkley. Both sides struggle against the new ball. 3 for 39. India were 4 for 39. 65 or 58 in the last game, so at least a little bit of form for Danny Wyatt.
Not surprised to see Thakur continuing to Wyatt. It took a brilliant dipping Yorker at Canterbury to get rid of Wyatt. She was seeing them very nicely for 65, and here's the previous wicket to fall. Not much about the delivery. The dismissal all in the execution. Couldn't clear Harleen Diol. There she is. Wicket 254.
Nearly sneaks its way through and onto the stumps. Further problems for England. Just thinking, you know, the numbers were 18 and she Alice Capsey 18. So when she was born, oh no, when Goswami made her debut, she wouldn't have even been born, Alice Capsey.
Not close.
How about that?
Yeah. A couple of years before. A few of the players in the England squad weren't born when Goswami started this all up in 2002.
Helped on its way, and no cover because the deep fielder is more deep mid-wicket, so good use of the wrist, not quite the accuracy on this occasion. You can see what she's trying to do, go at the stumps.
Yeah, this presents a great opportunity for Sophia Dunkley. Had a change of role from last summer when she was batting down at number 6. Post-World Cup, promoted to 3. They see her as their long-term batter in that position. Made an unbeaten 73 down at Taunton last year against India when they found themselves in early trouble, England. So she's shown that composure before.
Through the gate. Another one. England in real trouble now. Kaur is getting the ball to move back into the right-handers, and the stumps have been dislodged again.
That is just class. The swing, the slope, hitting the seam. And finding that considerable gap between bat and pad. That's been Dunkley's weakness before. Yes, middle and off. Fantastic bowling. Thakur has 3 for 20. Dunkley gone for 7. England 43 for 4.
Real problems now for England. 43 for 4, very little between the two sides after nearly 12 overs. India were 42 for 4 themselves. So batting conditions not straightforward. Bowlers bowling stump to stump, wicket to wicket, and getting rewarded. Kate Cross did exactly that from the pavilion end first thing this morning, and Thakur is doing exactly the same now.
Yeah, Thakur 17 wickets in a brief one-day career so far. 12 of them bowled or leg before wicket. So the stump's always in play. She was brought on this trip to do exactly that. We've seen Shikha Pandey come to England a number of times bowling big in-swingers, and most teams around the world have a seamer who can do that with the new ball. She's really enhanced her reputation. Didn't play in the first one day down in Hove. They went with Meghna Singh instead, but she's giving every impression, Renuka Thakur, that she's going to be a mainstay of this Indian team. Just keeps hitting those stumps.
Yeah, she's also aided and abetted by Yastika Bhatia, because when the keeper is standing up as a batter here against that type of line, you're most likely to take a good step, a good yard, maybe even further out of your crease. That then takes the point you're making on the LBW out. Doesn't take the bowled out, but it takes the LBW out. But because Bhatia is right up to the stumps, as we saw earlier with Lamb, you feel like you have to stay at home, and that brings you into the LBW.
Yeah, and how blessed India will be now with Yastika Bhatia batting so nicely at number 3 through this series, with the exception of today, but certainly at Hove and Canterbury. Looks a good tight to push forward in that position. Having your wicketkeeper in the top three, all that flexibility that builds into their middle order.
Wickets have fallen regularly, 43 for 4 then. There you go, that's what we're just talking about. Batters are not keen to come out of the crease for that very reason. If you miss it, you're gone. Particularly with the exits behind the stumps. There's Tammy Beaumont. She's had a bit of a problem being bowled an LBW in the last 10 or so innings. And that's Alice Capsey. And that the last to go. Sophia Dunkley looks round, can't quite believe she's been bowled. But the excellence of the bowling and a bit of desperation as well, knowing they haven't got a huge score on the board. Time for the skipper, Amy Jones, to post a really big score here.
Got a start at Canterbury, making 39. Albeit in a chase that looked unlikely at best when she walked in. She has struggled of late, but something to work with in the second one-day international. Only at 127 from here, plenty of time. We need to go at 3 and a bit and over. Can she calm things down?
.45 for 4.
So two catches in close for Amy Jones straight away. Mid-wicket alongside the pitch, and a deep short leg. Wouldn't be often you'd see catches in positions like that in a one-dayer at this stage, but India justified in their thinking that they can get beyond the captain into the lower middle order. A chance for a straight sets victory, already 2-0 up in the series. Spin for the first time here. Gaikwad, the number 7 ranked bowler in the world according to the ICC. Fabulous record. Spent a couple of years out of the side, recall earlier this year. As a catching cover, right in close.
Finds the gap, lovely shot, pick length really quickly. That was the key to the shot, pick length so she could go back. It's the first ball she's faced Danny Wyatt. Goes again. Same result. Again, picking length quickly, getting back in the crease.
It's always been when Wyatt's at her best. Carving through point. And these are gimmies to start. Good for the confidence. Takes England beyond 50.
Yeah, fielding out deep point, understandably, with those two going down. So now just one behind square on the offside, excluding the slip. That's the length.
Played in that World Cup final here in 2017, Gaikwad. 5 players in this Indian team to do so.
Oh, brilliant. The stumps have been rattled again. The perfect delivery this time. It took her a couple of deliveries to find the length and the line.
What do they say about finger spinners? Line is optional, length is mandatory, and that length is spot on. Ensuring that White had to come forward, but not enough to mitigate that turn down the slope. For the 3rd time already in England's chase, the stumps have been disturbed. That is a big wicket. Danny White gone for 8. England, a lot of work to do now. 53 for 5.
All right, Sophie Eccleston then. Spin to spin.
In the last 6 months or so, we've been talking about what Eccleston can do as a lower order player in the last 5 or 10 overs of a one-day or at the death of a T20. Very different situation here, coming in over 13.
Turn, bounce, but no edge. An over that didn't start very well has finished very well. 53 for 5. Amazing, you know, Collar, how many people, batters have been bowled in LBW in this game. Whether that's the slope and the excellence of the bowling, that is certainly an excellent delivery, just holding its line a little bit. The bowls we've had, I think we've had 7 LBWs as well. The slope just plays tricks with you a little bit, but something England are definitely going to have a little look at.
Amazing. What a successful first year, Stevenson. We've got your side cap on the camera. We're also going to give Stevenson our second side cap. Do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. So 2 side caps.
Great response from the experienced Gaikwad as well, dragging 2 down to start her spell, then finding her range quickly and still backing herself to spin it hard, and past the edge it went. They've now lost 4 for 18 England in 20 balls. So I mentioned in the previous over that there were 2 catches for Amy Jones straight away, with Tucker coming down the slope pavilion end. They batted the 3rd. So a deepish short leg, catching mid-wicket, and a short straight mid-wicket as well.
Surely not. Surely not. They're going to ask, and they're going to get a little look just to see whether the bat was still out.
TV umpire
ground.
to
Let's
director, we have a review for a run out at the bowler's end. Can we please see your best side on? Still waiting for the side on? There it is. Okay, foot still grounded. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
Of course, it was the captain, Harmanpreet, with the flick, always in the game.
That would have kind of summed things up, wouldn't it, if that's been raised there for England in the last 20, 30 balls or so. So breathe again.
Remarkable to think that Thakur wasn't in the first 11. There's some concerns over how good she go with the old ball. Well, 7 off the top here. Why she's picked. So that'll be a job for India, won't it? Replacing Goswami. It won't be about one bowler. I mean, you can't replace Goswami with just one cricketer. It's going to be a collective effort with a few of them.
Just can't get it through at the moment. They know where it's the line that Thakur is trying to bowl. Real pressure at the moment. Yeah, you're right. Goswami, obviously, she's been a giant, hasn't she? A colossus, really, of the world game, let alone India's game. At least the likes of Thakur have been able to play with her and understand how she thinks and how she goes about her cricket. Another brilliant over, maiden over, 53 for 5.
2 on the drive, a slip in. Does go through slip, has it been taken? It's Goswami at slip, she thinks she's got it, India thinks she's got it. And Ecclestone's on her way back to the pavilion. Brilliant catch from the veteran.
Well, they're always the toughest slip catches. When a batter is back and cutting, they go quickly. Goswami unmoved. Comes quickly to her. Straight into the palms of the hands. And England in all sorts of trouble now. Ecclestone, who you can usually be relied on for quick runs, has not bothered to score us today. She goes for 0, 53 for 6.
Freya Kemp comes in at number 8, 53 for 6. Gayle has 2 for. Goswami at slip. The 39-year-old veteran has just taken an excellent low catch.
Right, that sometimes at slip, the batters go on the cut, step back. Sometimes you can be on your heels at slip. Not the case for Goswami.
Yeah, she stayed down long enough there. I mean, she is tall. She is a big unit. If she'd come up at all, that would have been an impossible catch. But the key was she stayed down as the cut shot came. A wicket and a catch. She wants to finish with a win. Gayle here, just natural variation. The odd ball spins, the odd ball just straightens. Pitch finds mid-off. Another excellent over for India, 55 for 6. Yeah, natural variation of a left-arm spinner doing for Danny Wyatt. Previous delivery just went straight on and then exactly the same spot, but it grips. Goes down the slope, hits top of middle and off. That is an excellent bit of bowling. Danny Wyatt can just look perplexed and walk off. Good captaincy this from Harmanpreet Kaur. She's gone back to her senior bowler. She doesn't want this game to drift. She knows that Kemp and Jones will be dangerous. They both score quickly, so they need to keep taking wickets, and Goswami's changed ends. She's going to come in from the pavilion end now.
I like this a lot. England are horribly on the back foot. I had a funny feeling at half-time, just the way the new ball behaved for England, knowing full well how well Kaur has bowled in the fledgling ODI career, Goswami's final game.
And where England are with their game, where their batting is. How many of this England lineup are really in nick? You've got to ask yourself that question. How many, as you can see there from Amy Jones, how many feel in good touch as this summer has progressed?
She is fighting a battle, Amy Jones. Yeah, she got a few at Canterbury. Good surface there. She's scored good-looking 20s and 30s, and she doesn't kick on. She's better than that. Last 8 innings for Amy Jones, she's not reached 40, which for a player of her class, and she is, all the shots, expect a better return.
As I said, the good thing for England is that these two won't chew up deliveries because they like to score quickly. They may have to just build a partnership and sit in for a while, but it's a low-scoring game and they need one partnership and one cameo from someone. It was Deepti Sharma for India that got them to a score, a defendable score. Can anyone do that sort of innings for England? You can tell that from the strike rate there, 86, and in general in white ball cricket and growing up she'll strike the ball well, as we have seen. What role will she play here?
We saw her maiden T20 international half-century at Derby, and predominantly her striking area down the ground. That's where she's very strong. Obviously, given the situation, it's a brave move to take that on straight away.
Yeah, it is her strength. Holds the bat quite high up that handle. She hits down the ground. At the moment, she might just have to suck it up for a while with the experienced Amy Jones.
And that's where, oddly, I hate that phrase, taking the positives. I think it's just rolled out when you've been smashed by 10 wickets or whatever. But the first 2 games, the lower middle order for England actually has come and done a job. Charlie Dean in the runs at Canterbury. Similarly at Hove as well. So they do bat deep. With you, that partnership has to be created now.
Short and pulled, and that will go away for 4. Much needed boundary for England. It's 61 for 6.
Change of ends, she's just dropped a little short. Goswami, not by much. I want that a yard fuller. In that nagging area which she bowled so beautifully from the nursery end.
And a little stiff, I'd say. Daggers as well. I was thinking earlier that the conditions were ideal to keep her going, but as a 39-year-old, as a bowler, you may be able to advise a bit better than me, but would you have rather have bowled a lot more up front and then come back for a couple, or go 6, 2 and 2?
Well, the fewer spells the better as you advance in years. You used to try and get all 10 out the way up front, then go and graze for 30 overs.
I agree. Just coming back for second and third spells at 39, you stiffen up. Deepti Sharma, excellent with the bat. Can she put in a performance with the ball? No one on the sweep at all, which tends to suggest she's going to hide the ball outside off a little bit. Out there she is, but that does open up the paddle sweep. Some sides believe that just by bowling outside off you get rid of the sweep. Actually, it opens up angles.
I really like the field though. Well, restrictions are relaxed. Have more fielders outside of the circle, but no. New batter, lefty facing the offspin of Deepti Sharma. Just two in the deep and mid-off and mid-on up. Saying almost gone a day to go over the top at this point.
Yeah, I think they're actually now to Amy Jones saying I dare you to reverse sweep. It is one of us a shots. Keepers love the reverse sweep, so there's an opportunity there. There's no one at backward point. She finds with just a back cut.
But interestingly, I think that was the way she got out in the game at Hove, and we didn't see that shot for a good while at Canterbury. Put it back in the locker until she'd got herself in. Just wonder if it's worth Deepti going round the wicket. That little slope into the angle of the left-hander.
Just prefer the straight line, Charles, to be honest. That'll be a couple of runs. You look at the wickets, how they've come. A lot of them have been bowled targeting the stumps. I just think when you bowl outside off, you just limit the number of dismissals. LBW goes, bowled goes. You're just looking for a snick, caught cover. In the air, gone. Chip to backward point. 7 down now. And Deepti Sharma, you can't keep her out the game. Runs and now a wicket.
Well, if that was a plan, it is one that has worked to perfection. The field set just so. Tempting with a wide one outside of the off stump. Kemp's eyes lit up. Didn't connect cleanly. And straight down the throat of Harleen Deol at backward point. England all at sea. Lovely bit of flight, just 45 miles an hour from deep sea. Noticeable that the Indian spinners bowling around about 10 miles an hour slower than England's. It's worked for them. Kemper's gone. For 5, England disarray, 65 for 7.
Sun continues to shine here at Lord's, and it's shining on India. The team and their spectators are loving every moment of this. England collapsing to 65 for 7. Charlie Dean, the new batter, in. She can bat, as those stats tell you, a best of 37. They need a partnership. They need to take it deep. 37 in the last game at Canterbury. Change of ends now for Gayle, just the 1 over for Goswami. Stuck to the plan. What do we know, Charles? Bowl straight, bowl at the stumps, bowl round the wicket. They stuck to their plan, outside off stump, and it produced the wicket.
Can make you look alarmingly stupid at times, can't it? You're talking about Goswami and the spells. I think as senior fast bowlers aging in years, the 1 over spell that you get brought back for, that is a frustration. You have to spend all your time getting loose. You finally get loose about 4 balls in. You're told to take your jumper and graze again.
Really isn't a 67 for 7 pitch. It has nibbled, it's done a bit for the seamers, but England just devoid of any confidence here at all.
Trusted ice pack for Amalama after she scooped one into her head. Rattled off the glove.
That'll get through, and that will go towards the boundary. Will it stop just short? No, it creeps to the line.
Nicely played by Jones, just sliding it off the face. That's the key. She'll get bad delivery. She's just got to be patient, not go searching for.
Yeah, and Gayle has already shown that she'll bowl the odd poor delivery, as she did in her first over, where she was cut for a couple of boundaries, and she produced the absolute jaffa to get Danny Wyatt. Under 100 now, 99 needed. It's a lot of runs on here, 71 for 7.
How easy is it? And go back to the pace of the spinners. And India's has been in and around, look at last over from Gayle, between 43 and 46 miles an hour. England have been bowling on average around about 8 to 10 miles an hour quicker than that. So how easy is it a captain to turn around to a spinner? Can you sort of entice them, say, come on, throw a little bit of that, pull, take the pin out of it, throw it up there, get it up, go captaining Sophie Eccleston?
Yeah, these women have been around for a long time. They're not inexperienced cricketers, so Sophie Eccleston would have bowled a lot of deliveries, should be able to vary her pace. Experienced cricketer that knows what she's doing, so just a quiet word, try and bowl it slow and also find the pace for a pitch. If you're bowling in India, you may want to bowl it quicker and drive it into the surface. Here at Lord's, you may just want to go up and down a bit, deceive them before it lands. Like that, just up and down, let the slope either take it away, or if it grips, you're beating both edges of the bat. There you go, that one spins, exactly what we showed with Gayle, natural variation. One spun, one didn't. Exactly the same from Sharma. Outside edge, and then one grips and the inside edge comes into play.
It's also a thing about natural pace as well. Not necessarily even Sophie Eccleston. I'm using her as an example, but it can be any spinner. They have their natural pace. Sometimes it might not necessarily be that easy to change it for a stock delivery on a certain surface.
Sweepers out there. Should only be a single. It is another good over for India. 72 for 7. Used the 4 bowlers, haven't he? Needed to, haven't they? 19 overs gone, so England got to try and take it deep, trying to get them into their 5th bowler. Harmanpreet will just try and get through these, get through quickly as well.
Got lots of options. Malatha is going to have a roll. I just thought also this surface might be a good one for Vastrakala. Comes in, hits the pitch, and if she can find that correct length, sometimes she's a little bit short with her length, but if she can find the length, she can just nibble it around. She's a good cricketer, Vastrakala. We'll see the best of her in due course. Only 22 years of age.
There she is. Malatha will bowl some more off spin. Bowls with a cap on, doesn't she? With a slip and a deepish short leg. That's pulled past the deepish short leg, and that will go away for 4.
Well, that was a categoric loosener. Practically halfway down. Charlie Dean, thanks very much. Had all the time in the world to place it any part of North London she wanted. Always a fan of a capped bowler. Watched many games with Lisa Stalaker.
I'd have to go back to Jeffrey Boycott. I'm showing my age now. Jeffrey bowling round the wicket with his cap on. Spin, and short leg was too straight and too deep.
Well, a lot of the times in the women's game, it's just to make sure the hair is manageable, because long hair, flap in front of the eyes. Better length from Malatha. Ellie Matthews bowls in the camp. Lisa Stalaker did. Don't think that was a problem for Jeffrey.
Was nicely bowled. Just trying to entice the drive, Charlie Dean, and say, I'll bowl you through the gate, because it is slow and it is dropping and dipping. And again, nicely bowled. A tempter. 78 for 7.
She almost got sucked in there, Charlie Dean. I think she might have, at the last moment, just pulled the shot back somewhat. Anything above the eye line, any batter, don't care where you are, numbers 1 through to 11, just crosses the mind. Shall I have a dip? Shall I go over the top? And suddenly the match situation comes flooding into your brain. You just hold back. It's young talent. Yeah, they've not had the best day today with the bat. We're going to be seeing plenty of them over the next decade for Freya Kemp and Alice Capsey.
Deepti Sharma was going to bowl there. She was going to bowl her 3rd over. The skipper's changed her mind, I think. Harmanpreet's told her to put her cap on.
She's running the changes, not been afraid. Goswami had a 1 over spell from the pavilion end, then Gaikwad had a 1 overs. Now she's going to flip over and go back to where she was. Always got to be ready as a bowler. If you under the leadership of Harmanpreet Kaur.
Pass slip. Got enough on it, I reckon, to go for 4. Yep. Another boundary for Jones. She moves into the 20s. 20 from 23 deliveries.
They're creeping up on halfway there, England. 86 still to win. Dearly, Jones is so pleased that that didn't go to hand. We've seen many fall by the wayside from England's perspective, but down the hill, no chance of cutting it off. Again, waiting for the one that she can attack.
Bowling! Well done, Rajadi!
I think for England, it's well worth remembering, this is not a big total that they've got to knock off. So you do it in small chunks. I assume you've done similar in chasing down low totals, going 5s or 10s.
Yeah, it's just the wickets. I mean, they're ahead on runs, 83 for 4 India. Just build a partnership. The run rate, this game ain't going the distance. The run rate's irrelevant. It's the 3 wickets. They have 3 hits. Build one partnership and get India nervous. That's bowled beautifully. That's turned. And it ends up at Goswami's hands in the slip, but it bounced. 85 for 7.
Not a pretty looking card as far as England are concerned. Emma Lamb made 21. Amy Jones is unbeaten on 21. Nobody else to double figures. And the target's still 85 away. And it's a bit of a trial by spin at the moment. And there is a little bit of purchase actually off what is a dry looking surface. You can see the colour of it, very pale, almost biscuit coloured, and it's just holding a little off the surface for India's spinners. Bit of a familiar tale, hasn't it, with England's batting in this series, Lydia?
Yeah, I guess it's the combination of things. I think question of application to the situation, and then also mixing with lack of form for some key players. When you look at the opening pair of Tammy Beaumont and Emma Lamb, they were good earlier on in the summer when South Africa are over here. They haven't got going this series. Amy Jones, this is a really big innings for her, I think. This is a great opportunity for her to stand up. seen the pitch as well, just taken a bit more turn. We saw it in the first innings as well. I think some of the England bowlers, our seamers in particular, all just stuck in the pitch slightly. Not a bad pitch at all, but just a little bit there.
Yeah.
88 for 7, 22 overs done. Yeah, not a bad pitch at all, but generally here at Lord's this summer throughout all cricket, scores are just a little bit lower perhaps on average than you might see across the land.
I think one of the other talking points has been the pace of the spinners as well. The difference between the two teams. India bowled much slower as spinners. We're seeing even in that last over, Hemalatha got a lot more turn than any of the England bowlers because she's happy to take the pace right off.
Clever bowler, Gaikwad, the left arm spinners from round the wicket. Good variety, that one just a little bit quicker. We've seen a hold, the odd ball up as well, and there's certainly turn aided by the slope, given that she's bowling from the nursery end. This is the typical end for a left arm spinner to bowl from. Should be a wide. Oh, must have come off something. So there's a big gap on the leg side, and then the fielder catching on the offside, and clearly what Harmanpreet Kaur is hoping is that the batter works to leg against the spin, it holds up and just dobs in the air, if you like, to that catcher close in on the offside.
Yeah, maybe also just hoping that the batters push at it that bit more if it is sticking in the surface slightly. Maybe playing it a bit too early, popping up.
Good tidy over so far, but as Nasser was saying in the previous stint, that there really is no worries about the run rate. This game is all based around whether England can put a partnership together and how quickly India can take these wickets. Maiden over, 88 for 7. Terrific support here today, a good turnout. I tend to know about it when a wicket falls, that's for sure. The noise is quite something.
Yeah, I was walking around the back of the stands earlier, and there are plenty of people out around the back and the gardens, yeah, the gin gardens as well. People enjoying themselves.
Well, if you were walking around the outer between about the 10th and the 15th over, you'd have just been hit by wall after noise. That was really when the England collapse happened. since then. It's just been a case of trying to build a partnership, trying to recover the situation. And this one's worth 23 now between Amy Jones and Charlie Dean. Well hit. Fielder is out quite straight at mid-wicket and does really well to save a certain boundary.
Yeah, Gaikwad on the boundary doing the work, and helped by the fact it was to her strong side, to her left side, where she put the dive in, but she made up a good amount of ground. Put it back in.
Flighted. Beautifully flighted outside off stump. So a 2 and a single to finish the 24th, 91 for 7. If England do go down to a clean sweep in this ODI series, just put that into some kind of context as to where A, England are, and B, where India are. Australia and New Zealand, the only other sides to have whitewashed England here in ODIs.
Yeah, I mean, it would be obviously a massive defeat for England. For India, I was looking at the World Championship table for the next World Cup, and that would put them top of the table. But I think in terms of the journeys that each team are on, I think India are certainly on the up. Bearing in mind that the women's IPL is just around the corner early next year. How much more talent will that unearth? That's really exciting.
And do you think that will be as transformative for the women's game as it has been for the men's?
Yeah, I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be. I guess the main thing is that they get the right players in there, the right Indian domestic players in there at the start. In their domestic competition, to ensure that they have a good process in place to get those players into the teams.
Well, given the population base, if it does have the same effect, you can expect to see India women's team just carry on rising. The story of the men's IPL has been just a democratisation of talent there, and if that has an equal effect on the women's game, watch out. Quicker, nicely bowled by Gaikwad.
And I think for England as well, it's been a real challenging summer for them. I think obviously the Commonwealth Games, they lost to India in that semi-final game to go through to the gold medal match. They then lost to New Zealand in the bronze medal match. Obviously this series hasn't gone to plan. So yeah, challenging times. England 92 for 7. You must always remember as well, though, that they're without key players, Nat Siver and Catherine Brunt. Obviously not playing in this series, and Heather Knight as well, who just popped her head in earlier, recovering from a hip injury. So those 3 big players, that is a massive blow for them to not have them on the pitch for this series.
Yeah, had a brief chat with Heather Knight at the back of the commentary box about 20 minutes ago. Graphic detail about the hip operation that she'd just undergone. Sounded quite significant, actually. Quite a lot of cleaning out of the various bits of cartilage that were floating around.
Yeah, I think she's hoping to be back in time for the... Obviously they've got the West Indies tour just before Christmas, and then the big one really is making sure she's ready and fully fit for the T20 World Cup early next year.
And England will be under new management or new coaching, whoever that may be. That's a key appointment to come. for the women's team. Vastrika now to bowl from the pavilion end as Harmanpreet Kaur rings the changes and knows this game can't afford to go the distance. She wants to finish things off and pick up wickets. And that's a good start from Vastrika.
Yeah, I enjoy watching Pooja Vastrika. Just has a good amount of energy from her, whether it's with the bat in hand, but the ball as well in the field. She's been a great addition to India's lineup. Core part of this Indian team now.
Cut away and timed really nicely by Charlie Dean. It's to the slightly shorter side, you would say, running up to the grandstand, but it was a sweet bit of timing that took it to the boundary line.
Yeah, she's showing a decent amount of grit and determination here, Charlie Dean. She's had a good series with the bat, actually. 24 not out, a 37 as well, all coming in the lower order. Applying herself pretty well in this partnership with Amy Jones. Still a way to go, though.
Her footwork was good there, looking to come forward, but then pouncing on a ball that was just a little bit short. Get back and cut it away. There's a slip in place. I think Gaikwad it is there. It looks a little deep to me. Could do with coming up maybe a yard. India searching for the wicket to break this partnership, now worth 31.
She'll be used to playing on this ground now. Charlie Dean, captain the London Spirit in the 100. Seems to be pretty comfortable out there, enjoying herself.
Yeah, looks relaxed, and that's an important thing when you know that you're just a wicket or two away from a really desperate situation. It's easy to let the pressure get to you, but certainly looks to be reveling in the situation and enjoying it.
Forget as well with some of these younger players, Freya Kemp said the other day when she scored that 50 in the T20 series, she said that's the longest I've batted for in a game. Suddenly she's playing ODI cricket as well.
Yeah, just 17 years of age, Freya Kemp, and if you're a father of a 17-year-old girl, as I am, the thought of playing in front of a big crowd at Lord's, blimey. My daughter had her first driving lesson the other day, Lydia, 17th birthday. Watch out.
Did you wave her off as she went on her way?
Put it this way, I put the responsibility fully in charge of the driving instructor. I was going nowhere near it. .98 for 7.
You get different types of watchers, don't you, when it comes to parents. I remember my dad, he just used to take himself off and hide behind a tree somewhere, but the thing is, you always know where they are.
Did that make you nervous?
Yeah. Well, yeah, when you see how nervous they are, you think, oh, I need to get some runs today. But no, it's, yeah, it just shows how much they care, though.
Deepti Sharma has bowled a couple of overs, 1 for 5, and you sense that Harmanpreet Kaur here just wants to change things around. The partnership's 33, it's not panic stations by any means for India, who are in control of this game, but she just doesn't want to let things drift. thing from England's perspective is they just don't have to take undue risks. There are 1 or 2 gaps out there in the field to deep cover at the moment, and then 2 fielders out on the leg side boundary, so you can afford just to knock it around, pick up the singles. There's an element of risk-free return there. Nicely bowled. There was half an appeal. You wouldn't say that it was an appeal filled with confidence, but it will be taken upstairs.
TV umpire to director, we have a review for a stumping. It's a fair delivery. I've checked the front foot. Can we see front on, please? Okay, that's close to the back. Can we check ultra edge, please? Thank you. A flat line as it's going past the bat. And can we go to your best side on now, please? Okay, keeper's hand. And just rock and roll that for me, just take that down. And just one more time for me. Okay, puts down. Have you got another angle for me? Have you got the other side, please, Nick? Can I have a look at the other side, please, Nick?
Yeah, just got it.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
Well, umpire Mike Burns just taking due care to make sure he's got the right decision. Perfectly reasonable to look at the other angle as well. And Charlie Dean just about okay. Very, very close, because the back leg just slid out of the popping crease momentarily, but back in time. Always found it quite hard to understand when you're facing a spinner why the back foot bat, if you're batting with it virtually on the popping crease, why batters do that, and why not have it a good kind of, you know, foot or few inches inside the popping crease. But no damage done. 99 for 7.
I think especially as well when you have a decent keeper behind you as well. I remember playing domestic games against someone like Sarah Taylor, and you are so aware of, you know, leg side wides. Even when you haven't moved a huge amount, you just know that you're always going to be dangerous. So sometimes you do just put that back foot just that bit further behind the line.
That looks like Hardik Kaur is ringing the changes again. Kaur 3 for 22, best bowler on show today, or at least the most effective bowler in that wickets column, and that's why she's brought back now from the pavilion end, where she started with the new ball, found movement. It's got a kind of action, slightly open-chested action, that has a natural way of bringing the ball back into the right-hander.
Yeah, she's been impressive as well. When she first came onto the international scene, she didn't quite have the strength that she needed as a fast bowler. She went away, she got stronger, she got fitter. Now clearly being able to put on extra performances. Reminds me a bit of the Australian Nicola Carey, quite a bustly type of bowler, bowls stump to stump.
Just a bit of information if you're watching on main event just to go to the cricket channel, because the Rugby League Grand Final is coming up at the end of this over on main event. So if you want to stay with the cricket, go to the cricket channel. St Helens Leeds Rhinos is the big match, Super League Grand Final, and that'll be coming on main event. This match continuing on the cricket channel. Well, 100 up for England. 4 balls into the 28th over at 65 for 7. That seemed a distance away. The partnership here, a good one, 35, and it takes England to the 100 mark.
Yeah, always a psychological barrier to get over. Once you get over that 100 mark, just in double figures now, 70 off 134 needed. So, as you say, Athens, no risk necessarily needed.
No, and that, people look at the scoreboard and 65 for 7. It looks desperate. You're still over 100 runs away, but in a 50-over game, 50-over match where you've got time to recover, 20-over game or 100 match, very different. But in a 50-over game, you've got time to recover, and if wickets don't fall, then you're never out of the game.
Bowling!
Well, England are battling. They're 100 for 7. We've had 28 overs. It's time for drinks.
Still keeping those 6 fielders in the circle, and that slip. It was a good catch by Goswami. That first slip, I like that option because of the natural variation from the off spin. One may just run down the slope, one may just grip.
You don't see many 39-year-old veteran fast bowler standing at first slip. Made it all the more impressive, Goswami.
There'd have been a few who wanted to stand there, so they didn't have to run around, I can tell you. Whether they'd have been any good, I'm not sure, but that was a simple catch for Goswami. Oh, she made it look simple. Trying to think who would have been there. Angus Fraser would have loved to have been at slip.
Lights on now at Lords as well. Aim on during the drinks break. So much now hinging on the captain.
No need to panic, as you say, that it's not going to be overs, it's going to be wickets. With a downfall for England, so just wait your time. I like that bowling as well. It's an aggressive line. It used to be called the Australian off-spinners line. Trying to hit that foothold just outside off stump and saying to the bat, if you want to hit through my length delivery, good luck, because I've got a slip in place, and if it turns, I'm going to try and bowl you as well. In the air, and we'll get it over mid-off. Couple of bounces should be pulled in. I quite like that shot, bit of aggression.
Ends the over with a couple, 29 gone, 102 for 7. Yeah, we saw Amy Jones try and use her feet against spin down at Canterbury. Well documented drop-off in form in the last few years, especially this year, but she came out with the team in big trouble in that chase. She tried to dance and did it pretty well. Hit a 6 down the ground, a couple of 4s through long off as well against the spin. So expect to see more of that.
Ninth over then for Thakur, 3 for 23.
Bowling, Thakur!
Yeah, came back with the older ball at Canterbury and drew a false stroke with an off-cutter. Bowling one into the pitch. Obviously not a lot of pace to work with, down in the low to mid-60s miles per hour.
wide of the crease. And a definite one there. Yeah, in some ways, when you are in the position that England found themselves in at 65 for 7, it's easy to be out in the middle. Obviously, the pressure now is up in that changing room. The players are already out, can't do anything about it. All four done. Their game is done and dusted. Think about who's left to come for England in Kate Cross and Freya Davies, and the two batters are out in the middle.
Bowling, Thakur.
So in some ways, these two in the middle just try and relax in a way. Think about the job in hand. Forget the wickets. Okay, they know they're 7 down. Can't take that away. But 67 from 23. These are two good batters. Yes, they've had struggles in Amy Jones, but she's in now. 28 from 49. Charlie Dean, 19 from 41. Like I say, just chip at that total that's required. Good shot, but picked out. It's a brilliant catch. Harleen Diol with the catch, diving forward. And Jones is the one who goes.
Do not take on Harleen Diol. She is a fantastic fielder. We saw Amy Jones caught by her in a T20 international last year. One of the best catches you'll ever see. Well, the degree of difficulty wasn't quite the same here, but composed coming forward. Never easy. Thakur gets her 4th. And the expression and the mouthed words say it all from Amy Jones. That could and almost certainly will be decisive. Jones goes for 28, England 103 for 8.
Kate Cross then in at 10. England in big trouble. Trying to put a partnership together. Losing captain Amy Jones now. Kate Cross has just got to try in some way to farm the strike, give as much strike to Charlie Dean. Thakur, well, she's 4 from 24 and has a chance, like Kate Cross, of getting 5 wickets.
Seeing here bowling into the pitch. Short. Jones thought this is the ball to go for. Didn't get all of it. And Harleen Diol, you can see why they're picking a good all-round cricketer. Took wickets at Hove, made runs at Canterbury, and a clutch catch there to remove the England skipper.
Full toss that will just be put away for a single to deep extra cover. So end of another successful over for India. 30 overs gone. England 104 for 8.
Cross is a boundary hitter. We saw that last year on a couple of occasions. One against India, which she can hit long and straight. The decision she's got to make, the calculation is, are they better off her, as you say, turning the strike over to Charlie Dean, face 41 balls, looks set, looks composed, or does Cross try and put a dent in this?
Well, I think when you first come to the middle, I think she's got to try and just give Charlie Dean the strike, just to get in. Then if she feels in about 4 or 5 overs time, then is the time to try and get after it. Great. I think for her to come in and just to tee off straight away, I'm not sure that's the right way, but who knows.
So mid-off and mid-on will stay inside the circle. Gaikwad back into the attack. Took a wicket with her 4th ball. A peach of a delivery to Danny Wyatt, crashing into her off stump. So giving Cross that if she wants it. Down the ground.
2 for 24, as you say, Gaikwad. Straight field again. Now, what I've been impressed with India, go back to the T20s and that first game at Durham where, let's face it, conditions weren't great, as in it was a little bit damp and they just didn't look like they were enjoying it. And all of a sudden they've been able to turn that around. Performances have been better. OK, T20 series didn't go their way, but ultimately in this, the one-day international series, led by Harmanpreet Kaur, I think they've been so much better, especially her with her batting. Not today. I think that's what you want from a captain. Lead from the front and then your team will go with you.
Detect the energy that she brings, Harmanpreet. Really intense character on the field. Loves this job. Said as much at the presentation the other night after an unbeaten century.
What also I picked up when Alice Capsey came in, and she knew Alice Capsey likes to cut the ball. She went to backward point and started throwing balls at her just to say it's coming to you, get ready. And I mean, she was hurling them as hard as she could to say a catch is coming your way. So you're right, she's on it, and I like a captain like that. Lead from the front, push every player.
Yeah, had the Midas touch with their bowling changes down at Hove as well, and doesn't mind throwing the ball around. 2 over spells, see quite often with Harmanpreet in charge. Doesn't let the game drift.
Wide.
Just their second wide of the day there. And Gaikwad. And tidy.
Oh, gets it past extra cover. This may run all the way. Shafali Verma just, I think, does she? No. And still running. I'm not sure what's being given.
Well, I've got to say, I was backing the ball there. Verma not known for her fielding, but did well. Athletic dive and stop. Going to check it. No, not quite. That will be the end of the over with the boundary. 7 from it. 1 for 8.
Back to ball for India and the pavilion ends for the Sri Lanka Swami.
Not a lot in it, apart from wickets. India at this stage were 110 for 6, and England 111 for 8.
In the modern game, we're conditioned to high-scoring one-day international cricket, but sometimes it's the low-scoring thrillers that really get the heart pumping. Jilan Goswami's bowled in plenty of those across her long journey. Just 3 overs to go for her until retirement. The 1 wicket today. Bit of Capsey. Caught it cover by Diol.
Yeah, what was impressive is what you want, and any captain wants, is to throw the new balls to the opening bowlers and say, set the tone. What Kaur and Goswami did was not allow Emma Lamb or Tammy Bowman easy runs. Bowman didn't look in the best of form, struggled a little bit. I say, just keep taking those singles, and all of a sudden then when you're in this sort of predicament as a batting side, is what you say is, just imagine as you're India now and you take 10 or 20 runs off this, all of a sudden then they start worrying a little bit. At the moment they're happy. 8 down, they know a couple of wickets, game done.
And that belief you referred to before when the openers started up in this defence of 169. Pre-innings huddle from Harmanpreet. She was really giving it to them. She knew they could take 10 wickets.
And also them great scenes this morning when obviously they were having that huddle around Goswami, and you saw how much it meant to Harmanpreet Kaur. As a captain, you'd be saying, come on, let's finish her last game with a victory, with a clean sweep of England in one-day internationals. Imagine also that would just give the whole team that little bit more if they did need it. Playing on a great ground in Lords.
That spat sharply back at Dean. Seeing here Goswami, fingers down the seam, back down the slope. Close to an error.
Charlie Dean missed out on that. You can just tell, just big breaths. Miss out on the odd ball because you're under that pressure. Just whether she's thinking now, last ball, can I keep strike? Where are my options? She gets straight, just work it on the leg side or open up the face. Can't take strike. Another good over for India, just 2 runs from it. 32 overs gone, 113 for 8.
There's so much respect there, isn't there, when Goswami's bowling? Extra caution. Made the point before, Corky, that there's no rush here, and if Goswami gets through her last couple of overs, and so long as she doesn't take a wicket, they'll be fine with that. They'll back themselves against Straka, Hemalata, the off-spin of Deepti. They have time, England. Just got to get within striking distance. 57 away now.
Eighth over for Gaikwad. Okay, cross, just making sure everything looks okay behind the bowler's arm. There's that single just to get Charlie Dean back on strike.
The other point here is the bowlers to come. So Goswami's bowled 8, Thakur 9, Gaikwad her 8th here. So the 3 most likely. And plenty of overs to come from Deepti Sharma, Hemadlata, potentially Vastraka, who's been expensive in the series. So they still can afford to be somewhat calculated about the way they play this, Corky. What are they saying, T20 cricket? Take it deep.
At the moment, it's just like a little bit of a game of chess. No one is moving too much in either direction. India at the moment just happy that just keep bowling dot deliveries. Knowing that the odd ball could just grip, a little bit of bounce. Bit of pressure on Charlie Dean.
Nice and slow through the air. Noticeable difference in pace between the England spinners and the Indian tweakers through the series. That was down at 45 mile an hour.
It's whether they push for 2 or Charlie Dean. No, she's just happy to take strike. End of another over. 33 gone, 115 for 8. So England closing in on just needing 50. So partnership is still, what, 12 from 21. We talk about those bowling options. Goswami has 2 left, Thakur 1 left. Kaur has a couple left as well. Goswami to bowl her 9th then. That one up the hill. Just slightly up the hill.
Well, the previous over, she got one to really jag back at Dean. And this, by contrast, standing up off the seam. Yastika back for the edge as well.
Even that, they're just missing out on a few half volleys here and there. Charlie Dean the over before missed out on a full toss. So all of a sudden now, still a bit more pressure on England because they're still not scoring as freely as they'd like to. When they're getting bad balls, they can't put them away.
I'd be surprised if Goswami came off after 9. I don't think they're going to ask a 39-year-old to bowl a 1-over spell. So they really are looking to ice this here, India.
Not sure, she might be happy with 1-over spells.
Let's assume she does bowl out her 10 and it does drift a wee bit as it has been the last few overs, then yeah, it won't be long before we see the spinners. So Gaikwad in operation now, she's bowled 8, but yeah, Deepti Sharma, Hemlata, that'll be the next interesting phase of this match if England can get to that point. She's shown a lot this year, Charlie Dean. Bat ball in the field as well, took a great catch at Hove last Sunday. Just 21 years of age, a year into her international career. She led the London Spirit in the 100 this year. Looks the type of player who'll end up in a formal leadership position sooner rather than later.
Yeah, once again, it's just that back of a length, isn't it? Goswami is right on it. I think India have bowled so well. Not allowed any width. You just see big breaths from Charlie Dean. Not a lot she can do. Most balls she's faced so far in her England career. Charlie Dean, 57 balls so far. 22 not out with a couple of boundaries. Maiden over from Goswami, so good. And the 34th over, 115 for 8.
Returning to what I mentioned, the 90 earlier, Corky, Jhulan Goswami's now bowled 9,999 deliveries in one-day cricket.
That's off start. Sorry, Kate.
What she'd give for another entry to her wicket column to finish this match and win this series 3-0. Only thing on her mind, ever the competitor. Deepti Sharma back to off spin.
A bit of a yes-no from Kate Cross. Yeah, and now whether there's the time and maybe that little bit more flight, will Kate Cross look to go downtown over mid-on and mid-off, or up in the circle? Definite use of feet.
And Deepti Sharma will be mindful of that. That if Cross is going to come at her, it'll be dead straight, or at least over her head. If she can get to the pitch, dancing.
I don't mind that from Kate Cross as well. Just to run up the ball before and then stay deep, knowing that Deepti Sharma will bowl a little bit flatter. Yeah. There is a deep mid-wicket out, so Charlie Dean just have to be careful she doesn't drag it if she looks to hit straight. We've seen that throughout, haven't we? A little bit of spin. I think it's because the Indian spinners have slightly been slower. We saw Sophie Eccleston get a bit of turn now and again, and Charlie Dean herself, but I think genuinely the Indian bowlers have got more spin out of the surface.
Quick single, but committed to it early. Through. Yeah, and that extra spin that you referred to there does correlate to the pace they're bowling at. They're a good 8 to 10 mile an hour slower than Dean and Eccleston. Seeing here that Dean was off quickly. Change in field now. Verma drops back at long off. Cross on strike, last ball of the over.
Yes, well played as well. Just take the single when it's on offer. So 3 runs from the over, 35 overs gone, 118 for 8.
So the required rate, as we said, isn't a huge factor as yet, but it has ticked up from 3 to 3.5 while we've been on together, Corky. They need 52 from 90 balls, so they've been happy just to absorb pressure, even after losing Amy Jones. But at some point, they'll need to recalibrate again. Goswami, top of her mark, closes her eyes, just knows she has 6 balls left. Can she do it one more time for her country?
Yeah, you're right. You just get used to lines and lengths, and as you're coming towards the end, everything just feels normal, natural. And she'll want to finish it in style. If she can get a wicket in this last over, even 2, great. If not, maiden the over before, finish your career off. What a career it's been as well. There it is. Another wicket for the Indian legend. 255 one-day international wickets, and India are on the verge of victory.
Look at that embrace with her captain, Harmanpreet Kaur. Huge smile on her face, a job well done. On the cusp of job done for India. Down the slope, full, straight, good night. Kate Cross trying to play through the onside. The wrong delivery for it. What a moment for Jhulan Goswami and this Indian team. She has 2 wickets. Cross gone for 10. England 118 for 9.
India just 1 wicket away now, and what a story it would be If Julan Goswami could take that wicket in what is her last game, she is the GOAT. Can she end in style? 52 England need. Goswami's thinking of her next 4 deliveries in cricket. Freya Davies comes in at number 11. Slips in. Goswami with white ball in hand. Now 3 balls left in her illustrious career.
Oh, she's given herself a chance. She's keeping the stumps in play. That's all she'll be thinking. Hit those stumps. Every single ball. These last 3 deliveries. Freya Davies, she'll just be thinking, play straight, so show all the stickers of her bat. And let her in.
Surprised there's not another slip in, to be honest. Davies just going to be playing straight. She's just going to be blocking, or she should be. Goswami's got a couple to go up the slope. Gets the Yorker in. Last ball in international cricket, in all cricket, for Julan Goswami. And a good solid block. And that ends with the ball anyway. A great career, an outstanding career. 255 ODI wickets, 2 wickets today, and a career to be proud of. All of India will be proud of her. Outstanding.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal. Julan Goswami, rightly so, being swamped by her teammates. She has given that Indian shirt so much over the last 20 years. Harmanpreet Kaur, the first player to go up to her and say thank you. Julan Goswami, 255 ODI wickets. Most wickets as well for any female cricketer. Brilliant.
355 wickets in all, and she'll be thinking about 1 more for her team now. 9 down England, 52 still needed. Edged, and she's dropped it. What a story that would have been. What a story that would have been, but she's put it down. She's already caught one at slip, but couldn't grab that one.
Well, it's a long way down for her. We saw one go straight in. She literally didn't have to move. I think she's got a good hand, or at least maybe 2 hands to this. Just in and out.
Nailed. I don't think Shafali Verma will get there. She doesn't. It's got to be Dean now. Dean's got to put her foot down and hit boundaries. Not sure how long Freya Davies is going to last the other end.
Yeah, she knows that as well. You could have just seen after she struck that ball, just her body language changed slightly. I think she now knows that that responsibility lies with her.
Ishtika Bhatia waits behind. She's sensing a stumping if Dean advances. She's been brilliant with the gloves. And it goes past the inside edge. They think about the single, they stutter and they go through.
Yeah, Freya Davis just set off for the run there, and then I think she realised we're halfway through the over. Maybe I shouldn't take that single, but and Charlie Dean looked up and saw her running towards her, trying to work out first of all where the ball had gone.
Time edge past Goswami.
Last wicket goes, come on, thoda ye.
Nice drive, beautiful drive from Freya Davies. That will go away for 4. It's down to 41 from England required.
This is important. England still have to believe that they can win this game. Charlie Dean is going really nicely. She's shown grit, she's shown determination. It's a good sign of Freya Davies. It's a lovely shot. Nice timing, in control. Always in a run chase, there's a tipping point, like a seesaw. Do a few more runs until we get to that point. We have to keep believing.
Last ball of the over. Charlie Dean will just say, leave it to me, just be there, just survive this one. She does. 41 needed, 9 down England. So Goswami bowled out. The other star today has been Kaur. She's got 1 left. And it looks like it's going to be Kaur from the pavilion end. So another opportunity for a personal milestone. We saw that with Kate Cross, who ended up with forfeit. Kaur forfeit at the moment. Wicket away from the honours board. 1998, Catherine Fitzpatrick as an overseas player here. Got a 5-foot. Brunt and Shrubsole on the home honours board for fifers. Now she'll try and get back for 2. She turns, she goes, and she'll get back comfortably, down to 39.
Yeah, good awareness from Charlie Dean. He's always going to hustle and try and come back for the 2. Turn and went straight away. Indian fielders in that ring are happy just to hang back a bit, not quite sitting on it. Shafali Verma at mid-wicket is. Extra cover just hovering.
Be a wide, a slow ball, attempted slow ball, whether it was a knuckle ball or out the back of the hand. The variation didn't quite come out right. Yeah, it was out the back of the hand.
Just thinking back to that 2017 World Cup final, she was on the other foot. India chasing, they needed 11 runs, 9 wickets down. bigger ask for England. 9 wickets down, but more runs needed. 38, 76 balls. Nervous looking England balcony as well. I'll be hoping that Charlie Dean can see their side home. Need some support from Freya Davies as well.
There is that opportunity for the single. 4 balls gone now, so all eyes will be on the skipper, Harmanpreet Kaur. Does she change it? Does Shafali Verma come in on the single at mid-wicket? Dean can just knock it and play tip and run if she wants. Nothing changes, so there is the option of a single leg side. Short pulled out. So a brilliant catch from Diol out in the deep to dismiss Amy Jones. She's an outstanding fielder. He's already taken 3 catches today. Kaur is done, and what a performance that is at Lord's. 10 overs, 4 for 29, outstanding. There's one great leave centre stage. The future is bright with the likes of Kaur following up, outstanding. 133 for 9.
Yeah, she's bowled brilliantly. I've been impressed with her all series, Kaur. She's bowled with good control, similar to Kate Cross actually. Gets a little bit of nibble as well off the seam. Able to build that pressure and pick wickets up. Really good addition to this India lineup. Stronger and fitter now.
Hard. Dean, can she get back for 2? It's going to be a struggle. They have to settle on 1.
For Freya Davies now, is she thinking scoring options, get back off strike, or is she just thinking low risk, a low back lift, play as straight as possible?
The latter at the moment, maybe the one that's tossed up. Tailenders, their eyes light up when you just get it above the eye line. Can Deepti Sharma just toss it up and say, go on? Slower into the pitch.
I think in these situations as well, someone like Freya Davies coming in, number 11, in a way, she's not expected to do this for England. So as nerve-wracking as this situation is, she might not be feeling it as much.
As we are.
Yeah.
Well, she's just got to say, I'm not going to be the one that's out. If Charlie Dean gets out, I'm not going to be out. Not my job to score the winning runs, but I'm going to be here at the end. 134 for 9. Impressed with Charlie Dean, though. 32, she bowled well. She's a real fighter. That grit and determination you talk about, she's got in abundance. So one of the ticks for England. They need more character going ahead, I reckon. They got talent. As we've seen this summer, it has been a change around in personnel, but can be tougher at times, and Dean's been tough in this innings. Challenges keep coming. Gaikwad into the attack. She's been excellent as well already. 2 wickets for her. The left arm spin. And again, as Lydia mentioned, the inner circle that have the Indian players sitting on those white dots. You can have a single if you want, Charlie Dean. She takes the single.
Yeah, it might just be because at this moment 35 runs is still a lot. She might just feel that Freya Davies is capable enough to at least keep the score rotating, just singles.
Play with your bat, Freya. LBW definitely in play with a left arm spinner from that end.
Yeah.
That's perfect for England. Get off strike. It's just when Charlie Dean goes into a different gear. She did after the wicket of Kate Cross. She hit the next ball for 4. Next ball she faced. And she decides, right, we're not going to do these in singles.
Actually, they can do it in singles, so the risk level doesn't have to be high. Seeing now Freya Davies just gradually getting herself in, so you just hope that that's a chat between the two of them. Take every run on offer.
But to do it in singles, they'd have to all the 10 overs, and Freya Davies would have to survive a lot of deliveries. And that's what you're saying. I'm backing Freya Davies to bat another 30 deliveries and survive. She doesn't look too stressed out there.
Yeah, I think doing it in singles, but also getting it to that tipping point in a run chase where suddenly India start feeling the pressure. The odd bad ball just starts to sneak in.
Past the outside edge. And Bhatia whips the bails off. But Davies hasn't moved. 137 for 9. India need 1 wicket. England 33 runs with 10 overs left. Hemalatha now from the nursery end. Charlie Dean on strike. Down the pitch. Straight over the bowler's head. Will it go for 4? It does. 29 needed for England.
Well, this is measured batting by Charlie Dean. The off-spinner, ball turning into her. She knows coming down the wicket. Relatively low risk. Mid-off is up in the rings. She knows if she can get it straight enough, her footwork's good. Just get it over, get it down there. Straight enough to beat long on.
24 at Hove, 37 at Canterbury, now 38 here, unbeaten Charlie Dean. Make that 39, so another career best for her. By the way, when is that tipping point? What is the figure? 28 at the moment.
I reckon around 15, 20 runs to win.
And the pressure just shifts a bit.
Yeah, I think now India will still feel that they're in a position where they'll just be thinking 1 wicket. They won't be so worried about that 27 at the moment. When that gets down to under 20, might change.
Down the pitch again. Takes a single to mid-off. Kaur, brilliant, bowled out. Goswami, brilliant, bowled out. Is she going to find some overs now, Vastrakar? Expensive. It may not be her, it may be a trial by spin. They continue to score, and Davies continues to be trusted with the strike. It's down to 25 needed.
Yeah, Dipti Sharma, she's got 3 overs left, so you'd think that they'd also go with her. Just thinking back to the game that these two sides had in the Commonwealth Games. I know it's a different format, but it was very much pace off, which defended their total. Rana, she's not playing today, played a big role. Dipti Sharma. I wouldn't be surprised if we will see those spin options used. Go up with just 1 left.
So it could be another tick for England if they get through this over. Gayle will be bowled out as well.
Bowling, Rajadi. बढ़िया ये वाला.
I think there's another tipping point as well now. So suddenly these two think, oh, we might be able to win this. Suddenly that just changes how you feel slightly.
It's when the number 11 starts to think she's a genuine batter and tries to whip it across the line. That's where Charlie Dean just has to keep talking to her and just keep saying, just play how you've done to get 10 and get us another 10. Don't suddenly think you're Nat Siver and try and whip one or a big slog sweep. Play how you have done. We've put on 29. We need 23.
I like this from India. They've just brought cover up into the ring because I think they probably felt that Freya Davies was scoring quite freely, and now they're asking her to play across the spin, try and find runs on the leg side.
Bowling.
One more ball for Gayle. Another tick for England. Gayle bowled out, 2 for 38. England 23 needed, 9 down. Well, India have won the series 2-0 already, but it's far from over. It is pretty tense at Lord's. They would love to win it 3-0. ground that they famously lost that 2017 World Cup. They would love to have a whitewash on England. Down the pitch, does it get over mid-off? You bet it does. It is under 20, 19 needed. What a hand this is from Charlie Dean.
What a shot as well from Charlie Dean. We saw one previously, she just went straight. This one starting to get a bit funkier, going up and over extra cover, maybe because the ball is a bit further away from her. Just let her hands go. Harmanpreet Kaur never going to get near that. Really welcome boundary for England. I think we're just going to see a few more conversations between a lot of the Indian players. Harmanpreet Kaur, a few changes in the field.
Yeah, she goes back, Harmanpreet herself, to long off. The sweeper comes in offside. Goswami goes away from slip. So we reach that tipping point where India slightly concerned now. And singles can come to long on and long off. Dean needs to keep communicating with Davies. We've put on how much now? 34. We need 18. Don't change the plan.
She's just got to keep telling herself to do exactly that, keep playing straight, especially when she's being pushed into that back foot.
Doesn't get it through. She asked the umpire there how many left. She thought it was 1. It's 2, so now it's 1. Doesn't get it through again. Another over ticks by. 18 needed. 152 for 9. Just wondering if it's worth a change of pace for India. Definitely Deepti Sharma has to bowl. Deepti Sharma has 3 left. Just something different. Go back to the seam. I know Vastrakar's gone for 6 in her 1 over. But go back to seam against the number 11. If you get Davies on strike, get your seamer on.
Charlie Dean really is playing the senior role today. I've been so impressed with how she's gone about her business to get herself in. She had to absorb a huge amount of pressure, get used to this wicket, because it isn't straightforward. I don't think it's a bad wicket, but there's something in there. Shows so much grit.
Yeah, and there's something in there for the seamers, and that's why I would go to seam at the nursery end. If you think across 4 wickets, you think Thakur 4 wickets, you think Goswami 2 wickets. I know it's spun a bit as well, but just a change of ends. Not sure what the issue is here. They're just having a look at the scoreboard to check which bowler has how many left. Fitting if Deepti Sharma got this last wicket. She was 68 not out and a low scoring game, and in a total of 169 could be the deciding factor.
Other bowling options which won't be used now, but we've seen the all bowl in the last couple of games. She just gets the ball to turn both ways. They've probably showed all their hand now. Don't think we'll see her this late into the day.
Other option as a captain is to bring even more fielders up, maybe a deep square, no singles at all, and say to Freya Davies, come on, do you want to hit a boundary? She's got quite a few up now, to be honest. Yep, she's doing that exactly now. That's another single cut off. She's saying to Freya Davies, go on, do you want to be a hero? Hit a boundary. That would have been the single, you see. That's why it's good captaincy from Harmanpreet. She has to now stay on strike.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, just from India's point of view, just seeing that fielder just behind square, just go just in front and make Freya Davies maybe try and play a genuine sweep.
No. I'm not so sure. I know it's in the laws of the game. Laws have changed, so if she was in a delivery stride, she was well within her rights to do that.
TV umpire to director, I'm checking for a run out at the baller's end. If I can see your best side on angle, please. I'm ready with my decision for the big screen.
Well, they're going to debate that for a long time, but it is in the laws of the game. The laws of the game state that if she's in her delivery stride and the non-striker leaves her crease, you can be run out at the non-striker's end. Charlie Dean ends in tears. And remember, it is in the laws of the game.
Yeah, I'm with you, Nas. I'm not sure how comfortable I feel about the game ending in this way, because it was building so nicely, I think, and I think India could have been good enough to win the game if they had trusted their skills and bowled well and created pressure. But likewise, England could have also won if they continued in the way that they were. So I'm disappointed that it's finished this way. But as you say, it's in the laws, and we have to follow that. Good on Charlie Dean. She's clearly upset, but she's gone straight up to the Indian players and she shook their hands to say well done, but can completely understand she's so upset because she's batted beautifully. She's shown such great character to get her team into that position. Freya Davies supported her so well. Yeah, shame it's finished this way now.
Yeah, completely agree. It was building beautifully there, but the reason the law's there is that if you feel there's an unfair advantage in sneaking, if you're out your crease and you're stumped, if you're out your crease at the other end, you can be run out. Rightly, they're changing it from the word mankad to run out. Either way, it's a winning end to India. They do whitewash England, and it's a win in her final game for Jhulan Goswami. And she's carried off the field.
Yeah, she's been a fantastic servant to Indian cricket and to world cricket as well. She's come through every single possible era of women's cricket in terms of that transition from basically paying to play, paying for all your kit, paying for your flights, to then actually receiving an income because she's a full-time cricketer now, and she's had an absolutely phenomenal career for India, and I'm sure even though we won't see her on the pitch, she will have so much to give to the game once she gets to have a rest, and rightly so. She certainly deserves a rest, and she certainly deserves to enjoy this moment as well.